Safety and Criminal Justice Reform for the 92nd State Legislative Session will come to order. Thank you for waiting for me, members. I really appreciate it. The clerk will take the roll.
Chair Mariani.
Present.
Vice Chair Frazier.
Present.
Lee Johnson.
Present.
Representative Edelson.
Present.
Representative Feist.
Present.
Representative Grossel.
Present.
Representative Hollins.
Present.
Representative Hewitt.
Present.
Representative Cleavorn.
Cleavorn, present.
Representative Long.
Present.
Representative Lucero.
Present.
Representative Mueller.
Mueller, present.
Representative Novotny.
Present.
Representative O'Neill. Representative O'Neill. Representative Pinto.
Present.
Representative Poston.
Present.
Representative Raleigh.
Raleigh present.
Representative Vang.
Present.
Representative Shung.
Present.
Representative O'Neill. And that concludes roll call, Chair. A quorum is present.
Very well, thank you, Abdul, and we'll keep an eye out for Representative O'Neill. She no doubt will be appearing soon. Members, this hybrid hearing is being conducted under Minnesota House Rule 10.01, allowing for hearings to be held via use of distance voting, remote electronic voting, or voting by other means to protect the health and safety of the public, staff, and members. The hearing is being streamed on our House website and can be accessed via the committee page on that website. Those wishing to offer public testimony can contact this handsome man to my right here, Mr. Jamel Lundy, our committee administrator 24 hours prior to a hearing. His address is also available on the committee page. First order of business is adoption of our minutes, and Representative Mueller, you're the other member. I think there's three who have not been like physically, constantly present with us, and so now that Representative Raleigh broke that barrier, I'm wondering if you would be so prone to move adoption of minutes of April 5th.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move the adoption of our April 5th minutes.
Very well. Motion is before us. Members, discussion. Lee Johnson. Voice vote. Very well. Thank you, sir. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion prevails, and the minutes of April 5th are hereby adopted. Members, the chair will bring back House File 4608 as amended. This is our markup session. However, and so that bill is before us. However, members, we did not get to the testifiers that I had hoped we would get to last time, and so my apologies again to those who waited and returned, and to you members. But I do want to make sure that we have that space for public testimony on the bill. Following that, we'll then proceed with our markup session. We've got until, 5:30 today. If we're not done today, we will reconvene tomorrow morning at 8:30, same place, and finish up our markup at that time. Lee Johnson.
Chair Mariani, it'd be my goal that we could finish today. Most of the testifiers we've heard numerous times through this year, and it's great that the testifiers are here, but if we could keep it brief as possible, so if we just have to go a few minutes over to finish up today, that would be my goal.
I appreciate that. As my predecessor's chair here, I'm going to be looking to you for signals on how I can move those testifiers along. But thank you, I agree. And so our plea then to our testifiers is to be as concise and to the point as possible, so that we can then continue with the process of voting on the amendments before us. With that, our first testifier is Chela Guzman Weigert. I hope I pronounced your last name correctly, from Hennepin County. Please come forward, state your name for the record, and give us your testimony.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair Mariani, members. My name is Chela Guzman Weigert. and I'm the Assistant Hennepin County Administrator for Law, Safety, and Justice. I heard the pleas of the membership, and of course, I'll try to be brief. I appreciate this opportunity to share a bit about Hennepin County's current violence prevention efforts. Hennepin County has allocated a combined total of $10 million towards efforts intended to prevent, reduce, and mitigate violence in our communities. I will say that much of the work underway is heavily focused on supporting youth at high risk of gun violence. We stood up the initial $5 million fairly quickly, and in November, the county entertained a request for applications. In that process, we received 75 applications, and we were able to award 51 organizations grants. The vast majority of these contracts were executed in November and into January of this year. So most of the community providers are ramping up their services now. They are located across Hennepin County, not only in Minneapolis, but in our various suburbs. And through these grants, our community providers are building their capacity to meet the needs of our residents and their neighbors. I'd like to provide just a quick sampling of what the services have looked like thus far in Hennepin County. We're supporting Hennepin Healthcare's Next Step program, and that's a program that provides support, recovery services, and access to crime victim resources for individuals who are aged 12 to 28 years who have been hospitalized due to violent injury. We also are working with community partners that provide programming geared towards youth 14 to 24 who are in need of intensive community-based interventions. So they're receiving mentoring, employment readiness, training, mental health support, basic needs like food and transportation stipends. To date, we've provided 1,600 hours of mentoring, and this has been delivered by our community partners. Now, I'll be honest, this is significantly higher than what we expected, and that's because it was necessary to engage our youth on the front end, to encourage them and bring them in to receive services. So that additional mentoring is extremely empowering, but it was something that we are learning about and understanding better as to how we meet the needs of our residents. Our community providers have tailored their responsive programming specific to the impacted neighborhoods. So we have street outreach services, drop-in services, meals again for youth and their families, a safe place for gun surrender, student conflict and mediation services, again, mental health and substance use disorder programming, and employment and education services that are particularly tailored to impacted neighborhoods. We also have providers that are focusing on empowering some of our female victims of gun violence, gang involvement, domestic violence. With that, the county has built and increased its internal supports. We've increased our staffing related to victim services. We've also looked at allocating resources for the increased need for forensic investigation, be it cell phone technicians, criminalists as it relates to DNA and latent print examiners. We know that data and evaluation is important. And so we have developed a consistent model to collect both program outputs and outcomes. We want to evaluate current efforts and inform our future work. And as programs continue to ramp up their services, we are looking forward to gaining additional insights that we can share and continue to build upon. We know that the county, Hennepin County, can't do this alone. We can't do it alone as a state. There's important partnerships we have to strengthen. We have to build on collaboration. We have to ensure that we're not duplicating efforts, but acting collaboratively and also complementary. So we appreciate our partnerships with our suburban cities. We appreciate meeting with Minneapolis's Office of Violence Prevention and their staff. And we will continue to share our information, our strategies with our contracted providers, and also discuss how we can support mutual efforts to make sure that each of our communities are safe. We are learning as we go. It is an iterative process. And although current prevention, reduction, mitigation of gun violence is critical right now for our disproportionately impacted communities, we know that future efforts must take a holistic approach, one that identifies strategies that break all of the cycles towards all the forms of community violence. That includes domestic violence, human trafficking, missing and murdered women, hate and bias motivated incidents, and other community violence. We have to be holistic, and we have to be focused on reducing with the eventuality of eliminating disparities for all of our residents and our communities. So again, I want to thank you. I wanted to make it brief, but thank you for this opportunity to present some of our current strategies. And we will continue to share our lessons learned from these efforts. And I will stand ready for any questions that you might have.
Very well, thank you, Ms. Guzman. Uyghur, thank you for
Mr. Chair,
for your testimony, but also for your work. Representative Poston.
I'm very sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Chair. I'm an old guy with hearing aids, and this is kind of hard to hear. Is there a way to turn it up a little bit?
Let's see if we can make that happen.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, no, absolutely, no apology needed. Again, thank you, Ms. Guzman Uyghur. Thank you for the nature of the collaborative nature of your work. Hopefully what we're doing here is also collaborating with your legislature and our counties and cities. Next, where's my list? I know what I missed it. All right, next we have Eifler Jaramillo. If you can come forward, state your name for the record and give us your testimony, I would appreciate it. Is that it? Oh, Jaramillo from SEIU, are you present? All right, if you're there, we will come back to you. Next, we have Matt Bauer from Dakota County. Mr. Bauer. Oh, we may have a Zoom problem. Lee Johnson, you might get your wish after all.
Zoom is working.
Oh, you're seeing 28 on yours?
See right there.
So there's 28 participants.
Okay. Well, let's try Sarah Davis from the Legal Rights Center.
Thank you, Chair Mariani.
Thank you for breaking the spell, Sarah. Good to see you. Welcome.
Thank you. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair and members. I have heard the message loud and clear to be brief, and I will do that here today. My name is Sarah Davis. I've had the opportunity to testify in front of the committee previously this session, but I am the Executive Director of the Legal Rights Center in Minneapolis. I'm also an attorney with almost 15 years of experience representing children in the juvenile justice system. I wanted to talk today both about the policy provisions and the financial provisions in your bill. I wanted to start by addressing the policy provision related to disciplinary room time. This is a critical policy change that had full bipartisan support in the comprehensive hearing before this committee. There's broad stakeholder agreement on this provision, and for good reason. Disciplinary room time is solitary confinement, and it harms children. It is fundamentally a human rights violation. 23 other states have banned or significantly limited this practice. Solitary confinement is defined as the isolation of a prisoner in a separate cell as punishment. In Minnesota, disciplinary room time is defined in the rules as a penalty or sanction in which the resident of a Department of Corrections licensed program is placed in a room from which the resident is not permitted to exit. These are the same thing. Solitary confinement is disciplinary room time. And it's really important that we acknowledge that we really don't need to do this, because there's already a rule allowing facilities to use a practice called seclusion to isolate a child in a separate room if an immediate intervention is necessary to protect the resident or others from harm. The difference is that seclusion cannot be used as a punishment or sanction. It's used to keep people safe. And it has specific requirements for ensuring that the child who is placed in seclusion is getting the support they need to be able to be taken out of seclusion when they are no longer a threat to themselves or others. It's important that we make this change legislatively. Our state laws should reflect our values and should ensure that children cannot be held in solitary confinement. This is just one of the really important policy provisions included in this bill related to youth justice. There's a provision creating a task force for a coordinated approach to youth justice and wellness. Requirement for the use of a risk assessment before holding children in solitary secure confinement. Ending the practice of putting children 12 and under in juvenile detention where they're held in locked cells. Raising the age of juvenile court jurisdiction so that children 10, 11, and 12 years old can get the treatment and support they need in the child protection system. Ending the devastating impact of public hearings and public records for children charged with delinquency matters, automatic expungement through the Clean Slate Act, and ending solitary confinement and visual strip searches of children. I really want to thank this committee for the attention it has given to youth justice. It's really unprecedented in the last 10 years that I've been here doing this work. We have some of the worst racial disparities in the country when it comes to our youth justice system, and the bipartisan provisions in this bill demonstrate that this committee is living into its values of caring about our youth and centering equity. This is also clearly visible in the funding provisions that you have prioritized. Providing comprehensive funding to support youth, families, and communities with both prevention and intervention supports, focusing on mental health, and addressing crossover youth, recognizing that children are children and should not be classified as delinquents in the juvenile justice system and children in the child protection system. They're just children. And importantly, holding system stakeholders accountable through funding provisions, requiring counties to hold the full costs associated with putting children in prison at Red Wing, and then using that money to support prevention services. I do want to note my support for an amendment that was introduced that would shift funding from Minnesota's Juvenile Detention Alternative Initiative work from the Department of Corrections over to Metro State University. As we work towards a future for Minnesota's youth justice system that is grounded in equity and focused on youth developmental needs, moving this work to Metro State, a place that can meaningfully support this future vision, and I'm excited about holding this work, is a step that we can and should take right now. There's a lot more I could say, but I know time is limited. I just want to briefly finish by thanking Chair Mariani for his leadership in this space. I don't know if I'll have the opportunity to speak publicly to this again, but your depth of knowledge and commitment to addressing youth justice issues has been transformative, both in the provisions contained in this bill, but also in your work to ensure that Minnesota is taking a comprehensive approach as we look towards the future of youth justice. As evidenced by our recent move to consolidate youth justice and law enforcement space at the state level, and your understanding of why this was so problematic and willingness to listen to a community vision for instead taking a step back to center a youth and family approach, a public health approach. It was hugely consequential. Thank you all for elevating youth justice, not just in words, but in actions. I will stay around for questions as would be helpful.
Very well. Thank you, Ms. Davis, and thank you for your many years of work with our young people in Minnesota as director of the Legal Rights Center and so much more that you also do. Members, we're going to back up. I'm told that Ed Jaramillo is here from SEIU, so I'll ask him to come forward. Let's see if it works this time. Perhaps not. Do you see him there? Oh, you don't? Okay. And Mr. Bauer? Yeah, all right. We'll keep going forward then. Kristen Elizondo from YIPA, please come forward. And perhaps not. Oh, there. A real person.
I'm actually here.
Yes. You just became our favorite testifier.
That was easy.
Welcome to
To show up, right? Good afternoon. I'm Kristen Elizondo. I'm from Champlin. I'm here as a board member of YIPA. It's the Youth Intervention Programs Association. Paul Munier would usually be the person testifying before you, but he's had a family medical issue, so he asked me to be here in his stead. Happy to do it. First, I'd like to thank the chair, Chair Mariani. Thank you first for hearing our bill earlier in the session and for including it here today. But I'd also like to thank Representative Cleavorn for authoring the bill and also for the myriad ways you have continually supported youth intervention and Minnesota youth in general. Thank you. So before the pandemic, our youth were in need, and since the pandemic, they're even in greater need. In fact, I would say that there is this ocean of need for our youth, and there's this mere trickle in the spigot of resources that they're giving us. I'm very hopeful and optimistic that through today's bill that we will fund youth intervention. But I would like to say that across our state, not just Metro, but across our state, there are passionate people, and I've come to learn through being on the board of Viva how many people are passionate about youth intervention across our state and have innovative ideas. And I can think of no better way than through the YIP grant to partner with them to bring their ideas to fruition and service the youth of Minnesota. So I promise to keep my comments brief, but if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Very well. Thank you, Ms. Elizondo, for being with us, and please do stick around.
Thank you.
Very well. And thank you for your work in your pub.
I love it. Thank you.
Next, we have John Bowen from Crow Wing County. Mr. Bowen.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. Yes, my name is John Bowen. I am the Emergency Management Director for Crow Wing County and also serve as the Government Affairs and Education Committee Chair for the Association of Minnesota Counties. I'm speaking here on behalf of House File 499. And I speak for the emergency managers from all 87 counties, 11 tribes, and the 4 cities of the first class to thank you for including the local emergency management grants in your bill. This funding is absolutely critical, particularly in greater Minnesota. We had a survey last year that went out to all emergency managers, and 92% said they were operating with inadequate funds to protect their communities in accordance with state and federal mandates. You have been the leaders in the House the past 3 years on supporting the $3 million appropriation, and we hope you continue through the conference committee process. You'll be able to increase that appropriation. Many communities will use these funds for staffing to assist preparedness, mitigation, response, and recovery activities. There are still a lot of counties out there that have EMs that wear multiple hats, and this funding, this grant funding process will really help them with their need. Again, we do thank you for your continued support over the past few years to secure those local grants. And I know you have a lot going on right now and trying to meet many needs as well throughout the process. I'm also pleased to advise you that we have a long history with working with HSEM and the federal government with grants. And we're pleased to say we've never had any major issues or compliances by these 100 agencies or recipients. The consistency in funding is very critical to our communities, and that's how our emergency management activities thrive throughout Minnesota. I do want to say the following organizations have been proponents of this initiative the last few years. Just want to call them out because there's not time for them to testify today. Minnesota Rural Counties Association, Association of Minnesota Counties, and the Minnesota Inter-County Association, and also the Grand Portage Chippewa Tribe. Thank you, sir. I will stand for questions if there are any.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen. And I do want to acknowledge our colleague, Representative Marquardt, Chair Marquardt, who has, for at least a couple of years, has carried the request for this grant program. Vitally needed. Hopefully we can get it across the finish line this year. You do vitally important work. I understand that Mr. Jaramillo is here. So why don't you come forward and give us your testimony, and yeah, just to the front there. Very well. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Chair Mariani and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today on the Omnibus Public Safety Bill. My name is Eraifer Jaramillo, and I am the Political Director for SEIU Local 26. SEIU Local 26 is Minnesota's property services union, which brings together more than 8,000 janitors, security officers, and property service workers in the Twin Cities. I'm here to speak in support of the inclusion of the Community Safety Innovation Grants in the Omnibus Bill. SEIU Local 26 and members are primarily people of color, and our members are often the most directly affected by community safety issues, both in their own neighborhoods and also the neighborhoods where they work at. We believe that now is the time to create new community safety models that are rooted within our communities. One example of this type of innovation program is the Community Safety Specialists program that's sponsored by Northside Residents Redevelopment Council, or NERC, in North Minneapolis. What NERC has done is they have partnered with Next Global Security to employ local community members, primarily Black residents, to be community safety specialists. These specialists are trained in advanced de-escalation tactics for tough and potentially violent situations, as well as in crisis intervention for dealing with people who are mentally ill or in a crisis state. While this program is currently in its pilot, NERC envisions being able to grow this program to create 300 jobs in the Twin Cities that is easily exported to other cities as well. The Community Safety Innovation Funds within the Omnibus bill provide the opportunity to develop and grow these types of programs. These funds would support innovative approaches to community safety that are inclusive, community-driven, and that will make Minnesota a safer place to live and work. Thank you again, Chair Mariani and members of the committee for including the Community Safety Innovations Fund in the Omnibus bill and for the opportunity to let me testify on behalf of Local 26.
Very well, thank you, Mr. Jaramillo, and hopefully you can stick around just in case there might be some questions.
Sure.
Very well. Next we have, we've got a treat next, members, a former legislative colleague and now Olmsted County Commissioner and just an all-around great person, Sheila Cascaden.
Well, Mr. Chairman, what a warm welcome. Thank you so very much. I'm Sheila Cascaden. I'm an Olmsted County Commissioner, but I'm here today representing the Minnesota Inter-County Association and the Association of Minnesota Counties. We are very supportive of many, many provisions in this bill and think the committee's done a great job. But I'm here today specifically to talk about the work that you've done, as Commissioner Schnell referenced the other day, in implementing the Justice Reinvestment Initiative around how we will fund corrections through the state of Minnesota, our probation, our parole functions. You know, having been in your shoes, I know how difficult it is to balance the budget. And over the years, your duty is to make sure that your employees are funded, that the prisons are funded, that felony supervision is funded. And over the years, what happened is then the county probation officer funding and the community corrections funding began to be diminished. And it got to the point that really in recent years, some counties were thinking that they would abandon community corrections because of the amount of property tax that they had to go in to support it. And our system, I can just speak for Dodge, Fillmore, and Olmsted, we know that we get really, really good results when we have community-based corrections, and that it's an important part of the criminal justice system and of holding offenders accountable and keeping our community safe and avoiding recidivism. And so we're very, very pleased that with all the demands that you have for funding for public safety in this bill, you did include the recommendations of that reinvestment task force. And really, that's pretty unique that this work group had really very broad support from the Department of Corrections, from AMC, from the Minnesota Inter-County Association, from the MAC Act, from MAC Pro, from all the professional organizations. They worked diligently to find solutions that will really provide a stable source of funding for corrections across the state of Minnesota in the future. And we wanted to just thank you for that and ask you to hold firm as you go into negotiations with the other body, that this is an important part of the investment of community safety, holding offenders accountable, but also assisting with appropriate levels of service for reentry, for family stability, and for avoiding recidivism. So thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members, for your attention to that task force work and to including that in your bill. Thanks. And I think I might get some points here for being as brief as possible, knowing how full your agenda is. So thank you for listening, and please hold tight on those provisions. Thank you.
We appreciate your presence and your many years of work as a public servant, obviously here in the other body, but also as a county commissioner in your county.
Well,
Thank
Chairman
you for-
Mariani, I miss many things about the legislature, but there's many good things that once you're home, you'll know. And so, thanks, everybody.
I'm actually looking forward to it.
All right. Best to everyone.
Thank you. Next, we have Barb Weckman from Weckman Breck from Scott County. Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Chair Mariani and members of the committee. And I am Barb Weckman Brecky. I'm a Scott County Commissioner, and I'm delighted to follow one of my mentors and heroes, Commissioner Cascaden. So she said most of what I need to say, so I'm just going to highlight a couple more items. But I'm here today on behalf of the Association of Minnesota Counties, also the Minnesota Intercounty Association, and Scott County. And first of all, just again, thank you, Chair Mariani, for including the Justice Reinvestment Initiative policy and funding for community supervision in House File 4608. This is and has been for several years a top priority, not only for Scott County, but for the other 86 counties in Minnesota, as well as the Department of Corrections. It's really not often that all the counties in the state come to consensus, but we've worked hard the last few years to come up with this solution that we think will greatly enhance public safety, support counties, and address the needs of Minnesota. On Tuesday, I too was so happy to hear Commissioner Schnell's testimony to you about this subject, and really think it's been a wonderful experience for counties to work with him and his department. Counties have been at the forefront of the effort to address this underfunding and to find a better funding formula for years. Clients really should receive the services they need, no matter which county they live in. Public safety decisions should be made based on what works best for our communities and individuals, not on how much our counties can afford to spend. As you know, Minnesota has one of the highest probation rates and yet is one of the lowest in providing funding for community corrections. We are all concerned about public safety, but a well-funded, properly structured system of community supervision is one of our best bets at decreasing recidivism, protecting our residents, and hopefully changing lives. Just to illustrate, between 2008 and 2022, Scott County Community Corrections has received only $100,000 in additional state funding compared to our levy increase in this area during the same period of $1 million for community corrections. As a result, state funding has declined from 40% of our community corrections budget down to 30%. Counties really do want to partner with the state of Minnesota to do this work and on community supervision, but the increasing burden on our property tax levy is just not sustainable. And like Commissioner Cascaden said, counties are considering that they may have to abandon this work and give this work back to the state. So we certainly appreciate your work, and we think it's imperative that this funding issue is addressed, but also that the policy provisions are passed with it to improve the formula. If we don't change the funding formula, we're going to end up in this exact same position in 10 years. So finally, we would ask you that you would increase the appropriation for fiscal year 2023 to match the request in the JRI proposal, which was calculated based on the needs of all Minnesota counties. So finally, just thank you again, Chair Mariani and committee, for including this important initiative in the bill and for your commitment to real change in community corrections. We look forward to the results. So thank you.
Very well. Thank you, Commissioner Weckman Brecky. Quite frankly, it was kind of, well, not kind of, it really was a historic, or is a historic moment with leaders like you and others across the state coming together across these three systems to issue some strong recommendations for us. Appreciate your work and your commitment to the work. With that, we have a member of the public, Ms. Lisa Walker. If you can come forward, state your name for the record, and give us your testimony, we greatly appreciate it.
Good afternoon. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for your time. My name is Lisa Walker. I speak here today also on behalf of my 21-year-old daughter, both victims of crime, an armed home invasion, robbery, and car theft on September 3rd in Minneapolis. Needless to say, this experience has forever changed our lives. I also come before you today as a family member of a felon, sister to a multiple DWI offender. What connects these two scenarios I present are several concepts. First is the concept of consequences. There must be consequences to change the trajectory. After 3 men entered our home, held my daughter at gunpoint, and threatened to kill her, they stole my car. What they stole that night, no amount of money could replace. They stole her confidence and replaced it with fear. Such severe PTSD, she was forced to withdraw from in-person classes at the University of Minnesota. After a multi-agency effort due to a felony plea in Ramsey and Hennepin counties, a 21-year-old felon on supervision for a similar crime was apprehended in my vehicle. Several days later, he was released from jail with no charges, back on the streets, free to terrorize law-abiding citizens. Every single night, my 21-year-old daughter asks if he is out there, able to terrorize more. Did the lack of consequences embolden him? Does the release of these repeat offenders act to strengthen them? Contrary to this example, my brother was arrested after multiple DWI offenses and spent 2 years in jail. At that time, as painful as it was to admit, his family agreed that incarceration was the only answer to protect the community. He had family support, completed 12 addiction treatment programs, had mental health support services at his disposal, but none of these worked. My brother would tell you today that fear of a steeper sentence, knowing he would be incarcerated for 10 years the next time, pushed him to hold himself accountable. So no, you cannot incarcerate your way out of crime, but you can disrupt the cycle of lawlessness. With many incredible programs striving to get to the core of issues of prevention through youth mentorship, job skills, skills to live a better life and be contributing members of society, often these programs fail. Supervision fails. When they fail, who is there to provide safety to the public? My brother's chronic addiction and this 21-year-old felon both had no regard for the law or the safety of people. There are so many failures we have experienced as crime victims in Minnesota. The lack of charges is just the beginning. Our investigator was handed 122 cases the day she received ours. There is no humanly way any of these cases received the attention they deserved with a limited department. I reached out to the council members just 2 days after our event. I urged them to watch the body cams and listen to the 911 call. If there was any question as to the vital role these officers and 911 operators play, they were our lifelink at the moment. As a crime victim, the current situation in our state is desperate. We need multi-agency support to back up efforts to disrupt the cycle of lawlessness, especially at this crucial staffing shortage. I contacted the Supervision Office of Record of the individual arrested in my vehicle in Mankato. They did not know he had been arrested. How is that possible? How antiquated is our system and the technology? Had they known of his arrest, they could have asked for a warrant violation to be able to hold him longer, to allow the investigators more time, crucial time in the staffing shortage. There are tools available that are not being utilized, and there are tools that do not exist that are desperately needed to bolster efforts to keep repeat offenders from harming the public. How many repeat offenders are on the streets, terrorizing, have been released from jail to supervision, or juveniles released back to their homes? Their homes, when in many cases, is where the problems began. Is it with hope and prayers that things might be different next time? This system is not serving the offender. It is not serving the community. They need a different trajectory. The news recently featured a mother who begged for just this. She begged for consequences that her son so desperately needed. Representative Frazier, you were recently quoted as saying, "We're investing in law enforcement, but we're also investing in prevention services, social workers, and accountability measures to increase community trust." This is important and vital work, and I thank you all for that. But this is not a but world we live in. The legislation must be an and world. We must prevent repeat offenders from reoffending through hard mandatory minimum sentences, especially those involving a gun. We must have a coordinated, connected system to include multi-agency efforts and enhance statewide data systems. We must not continue to delay important changes for public safety. The volumes of crimes is mind-boggling. Minnesotans are hurting. As we focus on the disruption of dysfunctional systems, we must focus on what is dysfunctional on our system. Lastly, I have read and reread 100 times your definition published of public safety. I cannot seem to understand anywhere in your definition the support and advocacy for crime victims like myself and my 21-year-old daughter. I urge you to ponder that. Minnesota needs bipartisan support to shorten the list of crime victims like ourselves, lives forever scarred. There are so many out there. We are just one story. If ever we need to think about the concept of and of all of our leaders, it is now. I appreciate your time today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. I too appreciate your time, and I appreciate your straightforwardness and courage in sharing what has to be a horrifying set of experiences for your family and for you that is shared with many other Minnesotans as well. And please know that I hear your call for a sense of urgency, and please know that when it comes to particularly issues of supporting our victims and our survivors, that this committee is strong on that issue. It certainly is not silent on that issue as the other body is. And you'll see, I think, some really good, strong supports and proposals in our body before us. You shared a lot of things. And I do think that our public safety system needs to be one we're utilizing all the tools available for us. And so I do appreciate your call out to us today on that score. Very well. Members, next we have Ryan Elsey, Legislative Chair for MACDL. Ryan. And perhaps not there. I'll come back if you are, but let's see. Irene Fulstrom, Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe. All right, we'll keep moving.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mariani and committee members.
Oh, welcome.
My name is Irene Fulstrom, and I'm the Government Relations Manager for the Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe. Thank you for including the Leech Lake Tribal Police Department concurrent law enforcement authority language in Article 3, Section 8 of your Omnibus Bill Amendment. The Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe is again working hard to pass legislation to establish concurrent tribal law enforcement authority for the Leech Lake Police Department. This is similar to legislation passed into law in 2019 for the Prairie Island Indian Community Police Department, where it has been successfully in effect since that time. We were thankful to all of you for the very positive hearing and strong bipartisan support when this legislation was considered last session. We have been busy over the past year continuing to build that support and educate state and local policymakers on this issue. The Leech Lake Band is proud to have had a successful cooperative law enforcement agreement with the state of Minnesota and the 4 counties with whom we share borders for many years. And the band fully intends to continue these positive relationships going forward. Our only goal with this legislation is to achieve equitable treatment for our tribal police department. Our 30 sworn officers are held to the same exact standards, rules, and requirements as every other peace officer in the state. And they proudly serve our residents and visitors alike. These officers and the professional staff of the Leech Lake Police Department work and sacrifice every day to keep our community safe. More than anyone, they deserve to have this legislation passed into law. Establishing concurrent law enforcement authority for our police department would appropriately recognize the sovereignty of the Leech Lake tribal government. It is important to note that counties are political subdivisions of the state and are not provided with any sovereign authority. Therefore, it does not make sense at all for one sovereign government to have to obtain the approval or support of an entity that does not itself have any sovereign authority. The language in Article 3, Section 8 corrects this imbalance. I would like to underscore one thing.
Let's give her a second.
We will never know.
Sorry. That's never happened to me. All right, we'll pick up again if she's able to reconnect. In the meantime, maybe someone, if we have a contact for her, we can let her know as such. Next, we have Ethan Vogel of ASME Council 6, Council 5. Ethan. All right. Welcome both to the committee. Please state your name for the record and give us your testimony. Good to see you.
Good evening, Chair and members. My name is Jeff Bauer. I'm a correctional officer from Oak Park Heights Correctional Facility. I'm in my 20th year. I'm also the CPC, Correction Policy President, and I represent almost 2,000 correctional officers at our correctional facilities. I'm here today to talk about body cams, and that we feel we do not need body cams in our correctional facilities. The money should be spent in other areas to make the facilities more safer and secure. That would be using the current infrastructure of our cameras in our correctional facilities, improving those, and also the number one problem that we're having in our correctional facilities right now is drugs coming in through the mail. And that going through the process of scanning all the incoming mail and then giving it to the offenders there would be the proper way to go. They do it in other states. Someone might come on and contradict what I say about scanning the mail, but if you simply Google the state of Colorado's mail process, those facilities that have had contraband trying to come in, they scan their mail. We have an outbreak with K2. And that's on the sheets of papers when they come in. You have inmates that are getting high on it, staff get assaulted, inmates get assaulted, and there's other medical issues with that too. And we feel that also the money to start up the program, the 1.5 million, and then an additional 1 million each year to keep that upkeep is a lot, and it could be very well used in other areas also to recruit employees to come in our facilities, knowing that more correctional officers means safer facilities. And that's where we feel the money should be directed.
Very well. Mr. Vars?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you also have something to add?
Just here for support, sir.
Okay, very well. Well, thank you, Officer Bartz. 20 years, wow. You know, I mean, I keep saying this repeatedly. Our systems are only as good as the people that are in them, and their commitment, their passion, and their level of skill, training, and application. And so my appreciation to you and to your colleagues for your work. Obviously, the provision you mentioned is in our bill. We've had a good conversation about this. I hope that we can continue that conversation and work with you to make sure that if it remains in the bill, and I hope that it does, that it shapes up in a way that best responds to your on-the-ground needs in the facilities. Obviously, we're working off of the OLA report, that focused particularly on the issue that your colleagues shared with them about workplace safety. We think that this could be an important tool to that. We also hear the other issues that you raise in regards to technology and safety issues, and hope that we can address those as well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Everyone have a good day.
You too. Very well. With that, we now have, this is Katie? Right? All right, Katie Kramer and Director Guadalupe Lopez from Violence Free Minnesota.
Good afternoon, Chair Mariani and members of the committee. My name is Katie Kramer, and I'm the Policy Director with Violence Free Minnesota, the Coalition to End Relationship Abuse. I'm testifying today regarding House File 4608, the House Public Safety Omnibus Bill. Although we're grateful to see that crime victim services funding was included in this bill, the level of funding is nowhere near close to meeting the incredible need that exists for victim survivors and the programs that serve them. All session long, the 6 statewide coalitions working to end violence and abuse, Violence Free Minnesota, VinCasa, as well as the Minnesota Alliance on Crime, Mending the Sacred Hoop Coalition, the Minnesota Children's Alliance, and the Minnesota Indian Women's Sexual Assault Coalition, have supported the level of crime victim services funding in the governor's request at $12.5 million in fiscal year 23 and $17.5 million in fiscal year 24 and 25. And we are once again asking you to prioritize the safety of survivors, their children, and communities across Minnesota through increased ongoing base funding at the level requested by the governor. Programs need additional and sustained government funding in order to provide critical public safety services to victims of crime. As has been noted in this committee, the state and the nation is experiencing a rise in crime, and our advocacy programs report record numbers of people reaching out for services. And those who reach out for services are reporting more severe violence, complex family needs, and increased mental health issues. The pandemic has only exacerbated the situation as needs have grown and funding gaps expanded. As we have noted in this committee, there has not been an increase in crime victim services funding in over 7 years. In order to meet the demands of this moment, a moment of increased needs of victims, together with a $9.25 billion surplus, our elected officials must invest in community-based advocacy services for victims of crime. Victim survivor access to safe housing is crime prevention. Access to transportation and childcare is crime prevention. Access to advocacy and legal support is crime prevention. Access to economic stability is crime prevention. Healthy relationship education and community is crime prevention. Working with people who cause harm to transform their behavior is crime prevention. Creating the conditions for safety that advocacy programs provide victims and their families is critical to public safety and violence prevention in our state. Minnesota has an obligation to protect people from violence. Domestic and sexual violence programs have a direct and immediate impact on the public safety of Minnesotans and deserve adequate funding to meet the growing needs of victim survivors. As negotiations proceed, we are counting on your support to sustain these critical public safety operations at the level that has been requested by the governor. I'll now turn it over to 2 of our member programs, one culturally specific member program in the Metro and one in rural Minnesota, to speak to the need for increased funding.
Very well. Please come forward and state your name for the record. Katie, I'm not...
Comfort, are you available?
There we go.
If not, we can turn it over to Charles Hempeck, who I believe is with us.
All right, very well. Mr. Hempeck.
Yes, thank you, Chair Mariani and members of the committee. Again, my name is Charles Hempeck, and I am the Executive Director of Anna Marie's Alliance in St. Cloud and serving Central Minnesota. I've been providing in the crime victim services field for over 20 years. And I really appreciate being able to testify in front of you all today to talk about House File 4608. And as a part of the public safety in our community, Anna Marie's Alliance provides an essential service to families that are picking up the pieces of their lives after surviving relationship abuse. And our emergency shelter houses over 400 people a year. And out of that 400 people, nearly half of those are children. And this service is so critical to ensuring that those children have access to trauma-informed care that will help them recover so they can function in their day-to-day lives and including when they go to school. And our community advocates work with over 1,000 people a year that need support in their criminal and civil court hearings. We also meet with victim survivors at the hospital or at the scene of a crime. We help get orders for protection in place, work with law enforcement and county prosecutors to ensure victims stay informed and understand that process. It's really critical in these times when we see an increase in the need for our services, especially during this living through this pandemic that's just exacerbated lots of things in people's lives, that funding is available. As Katie mentioned, we haven't seen an increase in over 7 years for crime victim services. And as a critical part of public safety, it's essential that we see that support from the government in order to provide services to people in our community. So thank you all for taking the time to listen to me today. And I'll be here if people have questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hempek. And Ms. Kramer, I just want to go back to you quickly to see if your colleague is available.
Thank you,
Your
Mr.
other
Chair.
colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Comfort, Dondo, are you available? I know she's on the line.
Okay, well, let us know if they do. We're just about at the end of testimony. I just want to make sure if there's anyone that we skipped over earlier because they weren't present. I've got my staff looking through the waiting room. I don't see that. All right. Well, I hear a voice.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you for having me this afternoon. My name is Comfort Dondo. Unfortunately, I am currently dealing with a homicide that's happened in our community. So I'm out in community and I cannot be on video, but I will. I'll try to articulate what I've come to share with all of you today. I am the executive director of a culturally specific nonprofit organization. It's called Pumulani, Minnesota African Women Against Violence. Our mission is on ending all forms of gender-based violence in culturally specific ways that speaks to the communities we serve, and that is mostly African immigrant communities. Last night, the city of Brooklyn Park's mayor, who is publicly identified as a survivor, and myself put together a vigil. We had about 4 elected members with us and also community. We put the vigil together because in the last week, a 35-year-old mother was stabbed. She had reached our organization through a relative before, but because she had 3 children and was leery of going to a traditional domestic violence shelter because of just having the 3 kids and it being uncomfortable, she was staying at a relative's where she was stabbed at the relative's front yard because the perpetrator knew the home in Champlain. This is one of the many incidents this year and since the COVID-19 pandemic hit our world. We have had an over 45% increase in calls of both domestic violence and sexual violence. Historically marginalized community need your support and resources to advance prevention work. As a survivor myself, I can confidently state that it is crucial to equip all service providers, especially those in the grassroots, the smaller organizations, the ones that are mostly at the margins with the community, with sustainable resources, so that we can offer holistic, long-term healing and safety resources to survivor. Last night, I also got the chance to speak to a board member at Osseo School District. She stated something that has been in my heart the whole of last night and this morning as well. She stated the significance of rates increase in violence among youth, that is dating violence. So to me, this is becoming a public health issue and should be treated as such. Violence any kind of gender-based violence occurs at the intersection of mental health, unhealed childhood trauma, to name a few. For my community, it also comes at the intersection of exposure to war, which we never get chance to heal, or the privilege to get time to heal from. It is at these intersections that we have cases like Miss Pichu, who was killed on Tuesday. If we are to prevent and end the rates of violence in our communities, we are asking for your support to the governor's request of up to $17.75 million. For me as a survivor and now an advocate, I'm hoping that Honorable Chair and committee members, you can support this. The woman who's speaking to you today, I wish I was on video so you would see me. I was not always this way. At least 4 years ago, I was homeless, at the verge of losing my children. I was also a survivor of domestic violence and dealing with a lot of other traumas. To date, I completed enrolling in my doctoral studies, which I'll be restarting again in this summer. I will be a Bush Fellow this year. I'm getting ready to purchase our first safe home for African immigrant women and leading an organization that is doing amazing work in our community here in Minnesota with very little to none. It took such resources to bring a woman like myself back to health after so many years of abuse and a lot of mental health troubles due to trauma. Overall, this support will support women like myself, those who are mostly unseen, those that we've given up on, to become advocates like myself, to be healed, and become champions on ending violence and other causes in our community. But most importantly, supporting this bill will ensure that we have a violent-free Minnesota with citizens who are healed and are actually contributing to our economy. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to share the story of my community and my story. I thank you.
Thank you, Comfort, and I welcome you to the club as a fellow Bush Fellow. It's a good and proud community of Minnesotans and North and South Dakotans. And hopefully you will have a rich experience as I did in that program a few years ago. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. I'm looking at staff to see if anyone is still hanging. It appears not. So members, I'm going to push forward. Okay, very well. So we'll begin our markup process. The First Amendment is typically it will be the author's amendment. And so the chair moves the A6 amendment. We did move the bill. Actually, let me make sure that I did say I'm bringing the bill up, but we make sure I have the proper motion in front of us, members. So better be safe than sorry. The chair moves the House File 4608 as amended be referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. So the bill is before us as amended. The chair moves the A6 amendment. It is the author's amendment. I'll describe that in a second. However, I do have an amendment to the amendment. And I'm getting my numbers wrong.
824.
Yes, thank you, Lee Johnson. The chair moves the 824 amendment then as an amendment to the A6 amendment. That's a technical amendment that our staff found little technical things in order to shape that A6 amendment before you. Lee Johnson, I assume a voice vote on the technical amendment to the amendment is okay. If not,
On the technical amendments.
oh, very well. All in favor of adopting the, make sure I get it right,
824 to the A6.
824 amendment to the A6 amendment, please say aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion prevails. The A6 amendment, as amended, is before us. There's several pieces that I'm going to ask our House nonpartisan staff to quickly walk us through those provisions, and then I'll comment and then open up for discussion. Mr. Tebow.
Mr. Chair and members, the A6 amendment begins with some shifting of money, which is $5 million from domestic violence and assault prevention to community supervision. Moving to line 1.7 through 1.11, this removes a requirement from the local government emergency grant program reporting obligation that was requested from stakeholders. Lines 1.12 through 1.15 clarify language regarding the Minnesota HEALS program and the equine therapy that was made eligible for a grant under that program. Lines 1.16 to 1.17 clarifies the amount of money that the Commissioner of Public Safety may use to administer the soft body armor grant program that's funded in the bill. Line 1.18 is a technical amendment to remove a improper reference to executive director and replace it with commissioner in the body camera rider. Lines 1.19 through 1.21 clarify the use of body camera grant and body camera data storage program administrative costs by the Commissioner of Public Safety. Moving to page 2 of the amendment, the top 3 lines are additional instructions related to the $5 million shift that was referenced at the beginning of the amendment. Beginning on line 2.14, this is the first section of policy provisions from House File 2675, which is the direct wine shipping reform bill. This actually takes up the bulk of the volume of the amendment, as I'll point out as we move through it. This amendment does not contain the tax provisions. I understand those are moving separately from this language. There is one on page 2, line 11 of the amendment. There's a technical amendment that was pointed out by the Department of Public Safety that related to their public safety policy reform bill. The rest of page 2 is the direct wine, same, all of page 3, all of page 4, all of page 5, all of page 6, and an additional amendment picks up again on line 7.7 of the A6 amendment. This language from 7.7 through 7.14 adds a member to represent FICE Juvenile Wellness and Justice Task Force. On line 7.15 and 7.24 is inserting a definition of re-entry for purposes of Representative Frazier's 4200 provisions that are contained in the bill. On line 7.20, there is a provision that is also added to 4200 provisions, but it makes it clear that communities that are not eligible for high crime rate grants are receive priority for co-responder grants under the bill. Shifting to page 8 of the A6 amendment. At the top of page 8, it runs through line 8.16. This provides that there should be no probation penalty for persons on community supervision who are enrolled in the medical marijuana program. Beginning on line 8.17 and running for the remainder of page 8 and through the next page, this prohibits or eliminates the community supervision correctional fees and puts in actually a direct prohibition on it. So it strikes language in statute and establishes a prohibition assessing those on community supervision fees. Moving to page 10, on line 10, this is a provision that requires probation and community supervision entities to report the number of days that offenders assigned to their agency have their supervision revoked. And this is required to be reported annually to the Commissioner of Corrections. On page 10, line 15, is a provision that prohibits a decrease in entity, probation entity or community supervision entity's grant for moving offenders under their supervision off of supervision prior to the expiration of their court-imposed sentence. Beginning on line 10.21, there are two provisions that modify the JRR recommendations in Article 7 regarding the formula, creation of the new formula for funding community supervision. Clause 1 on 10.22 requires that misdemeanors be weighted at half the weight of a comparable felony offense based on the risk level presented by the offenses. And then the second clause on 10.25, the formula directs those creating the formula to account for an absence of work performed when an entity's caseload is reduced because offenders on their supervision roll are reincarcerated. The final provision begins on page 10.29, and it amends the repealer in Article 7, the Community Supervision Reform article, to reflect that fees are prohibited for community supervision. Mr. Chair, that concludes the overview of the A6 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Devo. So members, let me just, in more layperson's language, to share what I'm proposing that we do here. And so just a little bit of a context. I had to, craft this out for you. As you know, and as you heard from the commissioners earlier today, there's been a lot of work over the course of the last year. And it really, I think, is historic that we have our three systems come together, facilitated by a national nonpartisan group, Council of State Government, to take a deep look at our formula and our approaches to providing community supervision, probation services in our state. I think there are many of us who thought, oh, good, we'll get away from three systems and maybe down to one system. I was certainly one, but that's not a recommendation. So don't worry about that. And one of the things that we did last year, as you recall, is that we actually prodded that process and really rewarded, if you will, that process along by providing extra funds over and above the base to our systems to demonstrate both our good faith and our encouragement in driving meaningful reform. And of course, the bigger, deeper context here, as Representative Johnson knows because he's been at this for many years, is that we, for a number of years, have among ourselves tolerated a backward step from our commitment made many years ago to provide a level of support and partnership with our county services, particularly in statute, our 50% commitment to our CPO counties. So we knew that, and the counties certainly know that there's that level of underfunding. We can debate, some of the causes for that, and whether that commitment, extends to the other counties as well. But clearly, I think it's fair to say that, at least from my opinion, that the state has not been as strong as we had committed ourselves to be a number of years in helping to meet those financial commitments. So what we did last year, seizing the moment, was to put some money over the base to immediately in order to provide real support for those counties while they went through this historic process. You know, and that's important because it's important, and frankly, I would argue it's important because as stewards of Minnesota citizen taxpayers, it's important that we're demonstrating to them that our deployment of those resources follow effective practices, and that's what you know, these three systems vowed to design in discussing through the formula to be able to do. So they've done some good work. They are proposing that we fully fund the new formula design. However, the new policy changes are not yet quite there. They're also proposing, in good faith, to continue meeting, have a task force. It's in the bill. They have a task force to be able to specifically focus on using a weighted caseload approach. You know, we do this with our court system in order to make sure that over time, the state and the counties are investing, you know, those resources, in a really smart way. So I do support that one big policy, you know, desire on the part of the counties. But I also propose that we wait for that to come to fruition before we do the full funding that we've been talking about, that was always, in my, I would argue, opinion, based on having a strong policy frame. So we're not just simply, and I know it's, you know, it's not simply, but we're not accused of simply putting money into an old system. However, I do think it's important, just so, like it was last year, for us to continue to make a good faith, you know, effort on our part to continue to provide some level of funding over and above the base for our counties, and then continue to really reward and encourage them, you know, to be able to finish that work. I also propose 4 other policy reforms that come from long conversations that we've had with county experts, community experts, relative to best practices. And those are the provisions that we, you know, just quickly heard through. The elimination of probation fees. Now, believe me, when we mentioned this, you know, they just about lost their wig on it. And you can't blame them, right? You know, I mean, if we're underfunding a system, they got to get resources from somewhere. And unfortunately, in my opinion, have been overly dependent on what I think is a contrary practice. The individuals that we're talking about are folks that already face collateral consequences as a result of their poor decisions in the past, which really limits their ability to financially, you know, survive in our society. And then there are other fees, court fees, that continue to be part of either their restitution or, you know, or their processes. And so if we're going to fully fund over and above what we're currently doing, then I would argue we should not, then we should stop being dependent on that to fund the system. This would kick in only once the full funding is done, so we're not doing this right away. We don't want to create an immediate problem, and again, we want people to succeed. That's the whole point of the system. We're also proposing to an early discharge to recognize the success. If, you know, if there's an early discharge, something is working well, and we shouldn't create a perverse incentive then in a formula, I would argue, to, you know, say, hey, you know, great job, we're going to yank, you know, what you're in line to get right now because you've been so successful. And so what we would do then is continue to provide that level of resources. Kind of in the flip of that, the formula should recognize that when there is a revocation, I would argue that when there is a revocation, that means something's not working. So now we're sending someone back to prison. They're still, the provider is still receiving funds to do rehabilitation work, but they're not doing real rehabilitation work. And so the proposal then would be that we would stop doing that. It really is about, therefore, focusing on what works and really encouraging and prioritizing, those, precious, citizen taxpayer dollars on things that do work. Another provision is to limit the weight for misdemeanors to not be, in terms of how they're weighted in the formula, to not be more than half of the felony cases. And this is really commonsensical. Those are going to be your more difficult cases generally. And so what we want to do, I would encourage us that what we want to do is really focus resources on those high-risk, level individuals, and our formula should therefore also reflect that. In addition to those 5 policy reforms, then the amendment also adds an extra $5 million in probation, and this is that shift from what we had posted earlier in our first posting, recognizing that we do have a statutory obligation. We made a commitment, to provide that 50% for CPO counties. I'm proposing that if we're going to be putting new money, which we are, not the full JRI request yet, but if we're going to be putting full money or new money, then we should immediately start acting on that 50%, commitment. So making sure that those CPO counties then are recognized as we bring in those new funds, we get into that rhythm. And in a year when we're doing the full JRI request with our policy in place, we can hit the ground running with that 50% so that we're in rhythm with that. And then finally, the amendment provides counties with access to $55 million in grants that are created in House File 4200, which is Representative Frazier's bill, that would then be focused on reentry programs. And so, again, in discussions with experts and looking at best practices, we identified 4 areas of work that contribute to public safety. These people, these citizens, these neighbors, these friends in many cases, are going to be coming back into society. We want them to come back healthy. We know that there are practices and programs that can assist in doing that, that are linked directly to public safety. So as they walk back into our communities, they do so under some strong guidelines to promote public safety. So the eligible practices would be things like, and we named them, remote monitoring, county dosage probation programs, county probation check-in stations, and supports for things like employment, housing, and education, not limited to those, but we do name those things. So now counties would have access to a source of funding being created, a grant program in the 4200 that they currently don't have access to. They would have to go through the same process that Representative Frazier has laid out, in that framework. So to sum it up, my intent is that we as a legislature should really place ourselves not in the, thou shalt do this, but here are resources, here are our expectations. Vie for those resources, follow evidence-based practices, and let's together as you adapt those to your local conditions, let's together be able to tell our Minnesota citizens, that their resources are being used in the most effective way possible. So it's about supporting locals while we also are providing strong direction around our expectations for effectiveness and efficiency. And my hope is that doing this, I can tell you the other body is not approaching it from this way, and so this certainly will set up a good conversation with them. I frankly don't believe, and I don't want the counties to take any umbrage on what I'm about to say, because they're doing amazing work for the most part. But I just don't believe in throwing money into systems. I believe in strong investments in our systems. I also think that they should be following good, objective, evidence-based practices, and that there are strong accountability measures built into that. This proposal, I would argue, positions us in that strong posture of expectation with our counties. And again, I have every belief that inside of a year here, we're going to be in a really good, strong position, because I believe that's where our counties want to be as well. So I'll stop there. There's obviously a couple other provisions here. There's the wine shippers provision, a couple of other provisions as well. But Lee Johnson.
Chair Mariani, I do have some issues with this amendment. I cannot support it, but because of some of those issues. One thing I'm wondering, you remove the funding or the fee requirement for those on probation. Do you know how much that revenue is that you're removing from the state budget?
Those are county fees.
Yeah, the county fees. How much are you removing from the county?
I don't have the figure in front of me. My argument is that we're putting in new money into the counties, and that's going to happen once the full formula comes into play. So we're talking $26 million, and I don't think that those fees are at that level. The expectation is that we're meeting the commitment that we made as a state relative to that 50%. We never said we're going to pay for every expense as you determine, who's going to be in the system or not, but we will meet you at that 50%.
Sure, Mariani. The problem is county budgets are set. They were set.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
County budgets were set, and they're in June, they're going to be halfway through their budgets. In July, they'll be halfway through when this takes effect, and that's cutting their budgets, their revenue that the counties have already budgeted for. It's putting them in hard shape. They're in trouble already. Our budget, most county budgets are at bare bones.
I don't believe that's so. We're talking about a prospective, requirement, not an immediate requirement.
Well, removing that funding, that counties have to make up that difference. And it's at the property taxpayers' back that they have to do that.
We're making up the difference.
Not this year. Their budget is set.
We're not impacting them this year.
When does this law go into effect with the removal of the fees?
In the out year, in the following.
In the out year, okay. But it's still, they're gonna have to figure out a way, because they don't know what the formula is. They set their budgets long before we come back to do that. Because when we're talking when they're setting their budget before we even come into session next year. So it's something they gotta look at. I also have another issue.
I agree, let's look at it together. I certainly don't want to create, I don't think we do, but let's, I'm totally with you. I'm not into doing damage.
That's taking funding away from the counties.
We're putting a lot of funding into the counties.
The other issue I have is on 9.20 to 9.23. That's dealing with restitution payments. That's taking the money away from the victims. Back in the late 80s, I actually worked on getting this in here. I was arresting a person that escaped from custody, ended up with a broken hand. I had medical bills, almost $900, that were not covered by insurance or workers' comp. The individual ended up going to prison. When he got out, did his time on probation, never paid a dime of restitution. When I actually started looking into it, he was off probation. They could no longer do anything because restitution wasn't put on top of fines and other things. Now you're removing that, so anybody that has to pay restitution, if they don't pay, there's no consequences for them not paying the restitution, and the victims of their crimes are going to suffer.
Representative Johnson, this is not about removing restitutions. This language speaks to the priority order relative to the use of fees. And so I think you did, if you drafted this language, you did good work last year, or whenever it was.
Almost 40 years ago.
But this is relative to the existence of a fee. We're not eliminating restitution.
Well, I want to make sure that, because anytime.
You can do that.
You're dealing with that, it's harmful to the victims.
I agree.
So, but there's so many other things in here. I'm sorry, I can't support this amendment.
Very well. Others? Representative Raleigh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This part, if you could help me with this one. It's on page 8, starting at 8.3. What I don't understand is if a court shall not prohibit a person from participating in the registry program, and then it goes through as part of the conditional release, supervised and so forth, and that a positive drug test for cannabis components or metabolics shall not be considered. And so my question is, what I want to make sure is we're not creating a donut hole here. If a person is put on probation because they were convicted of a marijuana crime, and as part of their conditional release, they can't do a drug test, are we creating a gap here that is unintentional? And that's what I can't figure out is, and I don't want to throw a hypothetical at you because we know we can do hypotheticals all day, but if somebody is arrested for a marijuana crime, whatever that crime is, and as part of their condition of release or pretrial release and participating in this, it says that they cannot be considered for a penalty or a violation if they fail a test. And that's my question, Chair.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm fully tracking it. We went through this bill last year.
Yeah.
It had strong bipartisan support. And perhaps this issue didn't come up at that time. If there's an issue here, I certainly want to fix it. I need to wrap my mind around the non-hypothetical hypothetical.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, yeah, that's exactly what I tried to do because I laid it out from the standpoint of a person, and again, I don't want to get into the hypotheticals. I don't want to say what they were convicted of, but let's say it's a drug-related, marijuana-related crime of some sort. And the judge wants, this person meets all the criteria for the registry program and conditional release. And as part of the conditional release, in talking to my sheriffs and others that are in my communities, they say that one of the tools the judges have is if you're convicted of, let's say, a DWI or DUI, part of your conditional release is no alcohol. A judge may similarly issue as part of the conditional release no marijuana use. And I believe both of those are legal under our statutes, under the purview of the judge. Could a judge state that as part of the condition of meeting this section, this is subdivision 4, that they are not allowed to consume cannabis or the metabolics that are related to it? What I'm wondering, Chair, is if all that criteria is met, does this section say that they cannot be drug tested?
I can tell you that the intent here assumes the reality that in this case, we're talking about medicine. We want to make sure that these individuals have access to that medicine and that they're not penalized for that. You raise an interesting question relative to testing, which I had not, frankly, thought about, but we can certainly problem solve this. The intent, though, is to make sure that, just like everyone else, who have access to, I mean, this doesn't just happen, right? You got to get on the registry, et cetera, that those rights, those expectations are honored by our system. You posed an interesting question on the testing thing on that.
So, Mr. Chair?
I'm just looking at my colleague who worked on this issue in the past, Representative Pinto, not to drag you into it.
And Mr. Chair, and I would not say that I'm an expert on this, but just I was looking at the provision being amended in your amendment, and as I see it, this is simply that the underlying section 15232 is kind of separating out that if somebody's participating in the registry, and a reminder to Representative Raleigh and everybody else that the way the registry works is that if there's evidence that somebody is in fact not treating some condition, there's something else going on, then they get kicked out of the registry. But this, to my mind, this language is simply closing a loophole, adding it to the statute that simply says that we want to make sure that there wouldn't be, if somebody's being put on probation, that they get prohibited from being on the registry because of that, or that their involvement in the registry gets in the way of their involvement in probation, while reminding ourselves there's plenty of protections to make sure that people are not somehow involved in the registry when there's not some medical thing going on. And there's plenty of language in 15232, the underlying statute for that. So to my mind, this is just closing a loophole. It seems to make a lot of sense.
Yeah, and it does seem to me not to do super heavy problem solving, but it could be fun. So the person's tested, so what? I mean, they're on the registry, unless something else pops up, but if there's a comfort way, I mean, I think where you're getting at is, are we setting up an unexpected thing because of that?
That indeed, Mr. Chair.
We could probably hold that language down more. I'd be glad to work with you on it.
Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you. Thank you for the challenging question. Others? All right. Well, then I renew my motion that the A6 amendment as amended be adopted, and the clerk will take the roll.
Chair.
A voice vote is fine. Oh, is it? Okay. All right. Very well. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
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 Oh, do we know whether we can do that on a hybrid?
Most members are present.
I just want to be safe. I don't want to repeat this hearing.
None of us do.
Thanks so much.
Another 5 hours.
Voice vote will be
Yeah,
fine.
no, I think they're fine. We've done amendments in the past. So fine. I'm sorry to the clerk. Oh, no, so you don't have to do that. All in favor of the motion to adopt the A6 amendment as amended, please say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign.
No.
Motion prevails, and the A6 amendment as amended is amended. Members, you have the A2 amendment. Does anyone offer any A2 amendment? Representative Bodney, I believe this is your amendment.
That's correct, Chair.
Representative Novotny moves adoption of the A2 amendment. Representative Novotny.
Chair Mariani, the County Attorneys Association has asked that this bill be brought forward. It's been in the works for several years. It's been heard in the Senate and received by far bipartisan support. It is in response to the epidemic of overdoses caused by the use of fentanyl to spike drugs in the illicit drug trade. I'm sure everyone knows, but I'll say it just again. Currently, fentanyl is approximately 50 times more powerful than heroin. Approximately 2 milligrams of fentanyl is considered a lethal dose. The average shipping size of fentanyl is a 1 kilogram package, 2.2 pounds. And the DEA estimates that 2.2 pounds is enough to kill approximately 500,000 people. The fentanyl is often mixed with cocaine and heroin and methamphetamine because it is so cheap and can be used to offset the other effects of the illicit drugs. And I'm particularly invested in this bill and trying to get the weights for the fentanyl penalties to match that of cocaine and heroin. Even though the dosage unit for fentanyl is 50 times, the same weight would be approximately 50 times stronger, the penalty is not even equal to that of heroin currently. The effects of the fentanyl overdoses is very disparate. The BIPOC and other communities in the metro areas and in the Native American communities suffer a much greater occurrence of overdosing, and I feel this is very important. I believe Mr. Strong from the County Attorney's Office is also in the waiting room and would like to speak with this, with your permission, Chair.
Well, why don't we hear from them? We'll make it real brief. It's my intent, members, not to have, in essence, full bill hearing debates on these amendments, but really focus on our markup process. But I'm certainly willing to hear.
Thank you, Chair.
And Representative Devani, while we're waiting, I know you had someone else that you wanted to testify.
As I advised on the email, she was unable to rearrange the child care arrangements to be here today.
Okay, if there's a ability to get her voice in at some point, if we're here tomorrow, or even subsequent, I can work with you to do that.
I will let her know that.
All right, very well.
Mr. Strong? Small, I'm sorry.
I was wondering, yeah. Judge Small.
Let me get, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, thank you very much for letting me testify today. I will be brief. Fentanyl is killing people. I would just refer to an article that was in this morning's paper of a 3-year-old child who was living in an apartment where a dealer had fentanyl and was using it to cut other drugs. And the child was exposed to that fentanyl and died. I would also point out an article that came out this week in the Crime and Justice News that the overdose rate for Black Americans is higher than whites for the first time ever. And it is attributed to the spread of fentanyl. Members, currently fentanyl thresholds that the legislature has set means that they could be charged out at best as a gross misdemeanor. And this horrific drug, as Representative Novotny pointed out, is worse than heroin, and this amendment would equate the threshold amount for fentanyl to equal that of heroin. So I'll keep it short, Mr. Chair. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Lee Johnson.
Chair Mariani, members, Representative Novotny, thank you for bringing this important issue forward. Mike, Ryan. I've been following the fentanyl issue for quite a few years. In my hand right now, I have a pack of Sweet Light. The amount of, if this was fentanyl, the amount that's in this little packet can kill 15 people. Earlier this week at the Minneapolis airport, they confiscated a package containing 2 pounds of fentanyl. It's coming here. 2 pounds, as Representative Novotny said, can kill almost 500,000 people. We have a huge issue with this. It's a serious problem all across the state. It's affecting everyone across this country. If I remember the numbers correctly, we've had over 100,000 people die of fentanyl overdose last year. We have to get a handle on this. This is coming across the southern border just unbelievably with all the chemicals coming from China. But if we don't start putting a handle on this and holding those that are bringing it up here and those that are selling it, start holding them accountable for the deaths they are causing, we should not be here. It's very important that we pass this and get this on this bill. I strongly support it. And Chair Mariani, I'm going to request a roll call on this.
Roll call has been requested. Representative Feist.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Novotny, we've had the opportunity to email about this issue, and I agree that it is a critically important issue also with Lee Johnson. And I'm really happy that this bill does make deep investments in addressing the opioid epidemic. We have a $10 million grant in the opioid epidemic response, which will be incredibly important for Greater Minnesota. It specifically is for grants outside of the metro area. In addition, we have a task force that is funded that will also address substance abuse in Minnesota. So there are very deep investments around this issue that are already in this bill. As we've emailed, the data does not show that increasing the penalties will make us safer. And ultimately, that is what we are trying to do in our public safety department. Experts are concerned about raising penalties for a number of reasons, and I'd like to point out just a few. Number one, the majority of people currently being charged under the existing laws are people of color, and if we are going to increase the penalties, we are going to exacerbate the existing racial disparities in our systems that already exist. Number two, it's very difficult to differentiate between people who sell and people who have substance use disorders. Oftentimes, low-level dealers are also suffering from addiction. And so in our laws, if we can't differentiate between those people, I think that's a problem in increasing these penalties. In addition, we don't know the fiscal impact of this bill. I read an article this morning in which Commissioner Schnell said that if we were to take an approach where we increase penalties across myriad areas, that would really strain our already strained correctional system. And I am really looking forward to the task force, really looking at the opioid epidemic and coming up with solutions that are around treatment and interventions that will be data-backed and can make us safer. And for those reasons, I would suggest that we vote no on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Feist. All right. With that, Representative Novotny renews his motion to adopt the A2 amendment. The clerk will take the roll.
Chair Mariani?
No.
Chair Mariani, nay. Vice Chair Frazier?
No.
Vice Chair Frazier, nay. Lee Johnson?
Yes.
Lee Johnson, aye. Representative Edelson?
No.
Representative Edelson, nay. Representative Feist?
Nay.
Representative Feist, nay. Representative Grossel?
Yes.
Representative Grossel, aye. Representative Hollins?
No.
Representative Hollins, nay. Representative Hewitt?
Nay.
Representative Hewitt, nay. Representative Cleavorn?
No.
Representative Cleavorn, nay. Representative Long?
No.
Representative Long, nay. Representative Lucero?
Yes.
Representative Lucero, aye. Representative Mueller?
Mueller votes yes.
Representative Mueller, aye. Representative Novotny?
Novotny, aye.
Representative Novotny, aye. Representative O'Neill?
O'Neill, aye.
Representative O'Neill, aye. Representative Pinto?
No.
Representative Pinto, nay. Representative Poston?
Yes.
Representative Poston, aye. Representative Raleigh?
Raleigh, aye.
Representative Raleigh, aye. Representative Vang?
No.
Representative Vang, nay. Representative Shong?
No.
Representative Shong, nay. Chair, that concludes roll call with 8 ayes and 11 nays.
Well, with 8 ayes and 11 nays, the motion does not prevail. Next, we have the A3 amendment. Is anyone offering that amendment?
I will opt that, Mr. Chair.
Representative Lucero moves adoption of the A3 amendment. Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so we've had a lot of conversations regarding the riots that took place last couple of years, or I should say back in 2019 specifically. And we've seen, I'm sure most of us have had conversations, or those that were directly impacted, let alone those that were indirectly impacted. But I had the opportunity to tour several of the businesses that occurred, that were destroyed, ransacked by the criminal rioters. And in one particular conversation with the business owner, we spoke with many business owners as we were doing the tour, but one in particular, he was a Hmong gentleman, an immigrant, and he didn't even speak English, so he was speaking through a translator, and he was describing to us the horrific events that occurred when these criminal riotous thugs broke into his business, ransacked, and destroyed his life's work. And in part of the conversation, he explained that he had a safe that had his life savings, the title to his home, in his business. And these criminals, they picked up the entire very heavy safe and carried it out. But there was a lot of danger to life, and it is just incredibly, it impacted me. And so what my amendment seeks to do is, well, I should say one other thing is, in that time, law enforcement was overwhelmed and unable to respond, was an additional comments that he said. Moreover, during this committee, we've heard the testimony from police chiefs. I think one in Edina specifically is what stands out in my mind, the 6,000 carjackings that have occurred. So in these last several years, we've seen the explosion of crime, carjackings, murders, gunshots. And so what this amendment seeks to do is to acknowledge that law enforcement, unfortunately, as hard as they try, they can't always be there. And we want to empower the business owners like the Hmong gentleman that I had the opportunity to meet and hear his story, is to allow for this Second Amendment ability for people to defend themselves. Stand your ground is what this is. It removes the requirement of any duty to retreat. And we need to empower and allow Minnesotans to be able to defend themselves and their business in such disastrous times. So, Mr. Chair, with that, I would ask for your support and a roll call.
The roll call has been requested. Discussion? Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Lucero, I think that was a touching story, and I appreciate you sharing it. I understand what you're trying to address, but I have some grave concerns with this bill, with this amendment. And what I think about is what could happen in a state of emergency as the bill reads, and you've got civil unrest, you've got things that are not as they tend to be when it's not state of emergency. You've got chaos, and you've got our law enforcement officers out there trying to figure out what's what and trying to protect and serve. What I don't want to do is put them in harm's way with a bill like this. If you've got individuals out with their weapons, looking for something and shooting law enforcement officers, I don't want to put them in harm's way. Also don't want to put civilians in harm's way. If you got individuals looking for something and they are trying to address an issue and they understand that there's a law in place now that will protect me if I can say I believe there was going to be harm done to someone or to myself, and they use lethal deadly force. I think this is antithetical to the public safety program we're trying to build into community safety, and therefore I would urge my members to vote no on this.
Further discussion? Representative Boddy.
Thank you, Chair Mariani. Right after the riots, after the George Floyd incident, I went to several communities in Minneapolis and St. Paul, and the businesses that were still standing were businesses of people that took their own protection into their own hands. They stood on their roof from midday until the next morning with garden hose and firearms and protected their own business. And I think anyone that is willing to take that action and defend themselves, which is what any person deserves the right to do, can probably be trusted to identify the good guys and the bad guys. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Representative Boddy. Representative Vang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Lucero, for sharing that story of among businessmen. You know, I've met with many businesses in the aftermath of the unrest, and it was not easy. But I would say this, what you're providing here is not a solution. Talking with those businesses, they don't want an alternative to defend. What they're asking for is assistance from the state, financial assistance from the state to keep them on their feet again. They're not asking to defend themselves if there's a future, perhaps, unrest, or what they're asking is to get help from the state to keep them whole. And that is the solution that we should be looking at. And I don't think this is a good solution for that will support the businesses that are hurting right now.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Grasso.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to the point of not wanting law enforcement officers being harmed in these cases, it is not the law-abiding citizen that the law enforcement officers need to worry about. During those riots, law enforcement officers across the nation, some of them lost their lives. And some of them lost their lives while trying to protect people's businesses, trying to help them. And a lot of these people that were in front of their businesses or on top of their businesses, standing guard, standing watch, were law-abiding citizens, and they were praised for that. They were praised for stepping up to help their neighbors. And I'll just give you a little story of when these riots were going on. The city of Bemidji was under a threat, a credible threat, from the intelligence that was received from by law enforcement. And so myself and several other business owners from Clearwater County, from neighboring cities, went to aid the sheriff's office and the city of Bemidji's police department because a lot of their officers and deputies were down here helping. And they were guardsmen down here on standby to go and help. And so we were the eyes and ears. We volunteered our service to be eyes and ears so that the officers could do their job, could protect their communities. And so we were given instruction, you have no police authority. I made that clear to everybody, and we all knew that. But for that, we were called vigilantes for standing up to try to help our neighbors, to protect them from a credible threat. The threat never produced, it never came, and we're glad for that. But when you go to help your neighbors and you stand up to do what's right, to help protect businesses, to help protect whomever, there should not be, they should not have to be called vigilantes, because a vigilante doesn't have confidence in law enforcement. I have the utmost confidence in my law enforcement. We went there to help, to aid, and so did a lot of these people during those riots. They went to help their neighbors, to aid them, and they're law-abiding citizens. So it is not those people that we have to worry about injuring law enforcement or anyone else unnecessarily, but merely allowing them to protect themselves. That is what the point of this is. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Frazier and Representative Raleigh.
Thank you. Raleigh, will you first? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Grasso, I appreciate that perspective, and I was very careful and intentional about not calling folks vigilantes.
No.
Because I think what you described does not fit the definition of vigilante. In fact, I know it does not. I looked it up. So it does not, and I appreciate those individuals coming out to help their community members and to protect their businesses and their assets. What story and what sticks out to me and comes to mind is what happened with Jaleel Stalling. He was also going out to help protect assets in the community where he thought there was going to be danger. There were unmarked squad cars or a van driving with law enforcement in it. They mistook him. Now, he was there to help, to aid, but they mistook him, and they fired rounds at him, and he fired back. And those are the types, I don't want to multiply situations like that. And that's my concern, harm to community members as well as harm to our law enforcement officers. And I don't want to create situations like that. That's my grave concern with this bill.
Mr. Raleigh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Frazier, I agreed with that. And that's why I like the line here that the use of deadly force is not authorized under this section if the individual knows the person is a licensed peace officer. So, we can never craft language that's going to take into account everything. What we do have is the Second Amendment, which states that we have the right to keep and bear arms. And what this allows us to do is further codify when we have to retreat and when we don't. As a person who has been through literally hundreds of hours of use of force training, I have trained upwards of 5,000 plus students on the use of deadly force and on the ability to carry a weapon in public with a license through the BCA. We spend a lot of time not talking about how to carry a gun, but about the laws that are applied in the state of Minnesota. What the circumstances in the situations that we need to keep in mind, because my intent, and I'll tell you what I do in every class that I teach, my opening is there's two basic outcomes from a class. Number one, you learn about the moral, the physical, the emotional, the financial hazards of carrying a gun in public with a permit. And you may make one of two choices. You choose to go through the process, receive your license, carry a weapon in public. The other outcome is you learn about the exact same hazards and you make an informed choice about making sure that this is not a choice that you're going to take. I've got lots of students that after the class came up to me and said, I'm never going to get a permit. But they made the choice based off of information that they received and through knowledge. And what this bill will do, or what this amendment to the bill will do, is it will further codify what the law says is available and what's not available. But what I would recommend that that our committee takes a look at is the Second Amendment says that we have the right to keep and bear arms. Nothing in this will change the Second Amendment. What it will do is it will further codify and give us assurances that we can protect ourselves, because it does come down to self-determination. And more importantly, the thing that we have to look at when carrying a weapon is personal responsibility. This does not ask us to spend any more money, as Representative Vang pointed out. We don't want to just throw money at problems. This doesn't throw money at it. What it does is it further clarifies and then codifies what's allowed and what's not allowed. It's very reasonable. It falls within the Second Amendment, and it is something that I think is going to be very well received by law enforcement. All of the officers, the sheriffs, and deputies that I've spoken with, and Representative Lucero, I've spoken specifically about this type of language, and I've not found anyone so far that has told me that there's anything specifically in this provision that would violate the good intent of what the Second Amendment does for us. So, Mr. Chair, I would recommend that we vote yes on this amendment. Thank you.
Very well. Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to actually focus members' attention on what this amendment would do, because what you're saying is not what it would do. I think the shoot first laws that we've seen in some states are a bad idea in the personal home context, and I think they're a bad idea in the defensive business context. But this goes beyond that. This is anywhere. This is anywhere. You don't have to be one of the sympathetic business owners you talked about. You just have to be in a state where there's a state of emergency. If you look at subdivision 2, paragraph 2, to resist or prevent what the individual reasonably believes is an offense at substantial bodily harm. That can be anywhere, anywhere in a state of emergency. So basically you're creating, let's say my city of Minneapolis is in a state of emergency. You're saying that the entire city of Minneapolis is a shoot to kill location if somebody is at risk of substantial bodily harm, which is throwing a punch, right? So if you think that you are at risk of somebody punching you, you can shoot to kill. That's what this language does. That is absurd. That is moving to an incredibly lawless and dangerous situation and pouring fuel on the fire and making it incredibly unsafe for public safety officers. And we talked about law-abiding citizens. This would not just protect law-abiding citizens, this would protect Ivan Hunter, who was sentenced this week to 52 months in prison for driving up from San Antonio, Texas, as a member of the Boogaloo Boys, a white supremacist who brought an AR-15 with him. So this individual who brought an AR-15 with him, if he thought that somebody was going to punch him, could shoot to kill and use this to defend himself. So this is absurd, members, and I really hope this is not the society that we are looking to build. I also just want to point out that for those who are expressing the compassion that you have for the individual store owners, I hope that compassion doesn't just extend to the right to defend themselves. Every time we've had this come up where we actually want to help these individuals rebuild, we have not met the moment, and we need to continue to push for that.
Very well, thank you. Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For final remarks, or I wanted to be last on the list. Is that it? We're there?
You don't see anyone else. Well, wait a minute. Someone's about to, we'll hold you as.
Mr. Chair, swooping on in. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Swooping on in just before Representative Lucero closes things out. I will note, and I could be wrong about this, so first I should probably just amend my colleague's remarks that if it's a punch that could cause a broken bone or broken nose, which of course punch certainly can, then absolutely I stand with Representative Long is saying, is that this is extremely expansive in allowing use of deadly force in a wide variety of situations I think would go well beyond where Minnesotans would want them to be. And in fact, I think this is correct that we were in a state of emergency during the pandemic during those times, and so that entire time this would apply throughout the entire state. Members, it seems to me that in those circumstances where there is a state of emergency and what we're imagining is civil unrest, the last thing we want to be doing is to be loosening the sense of when it's appropriate to be using deadly force. There are curfews, there's a variety of approaches that are taken, and I will stand with Representative Vang in pointing out that then after that, we should be showing the same sympathy and the same empathy for business owners that we're showing in this, to stand with them now to support the fixing of their businesses and moving on. But members, as I review this, I am extremely concerned that what this will result in is situations where people are being shot and possibly killed if they are, for example, the law enforcement officers in an unmarked van. This says only if the person knows that they are law enforcement officers. If they are folks who are coming down from another county in order to be helpful, they are not going to be protected by that exclusion. Members, this would set up an extremely dangerous situation, and I urge us to vote it down. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Representative
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to make sure, because one of the things we do teach in the classes is what great bodily harm is, and according to the statute, it means bodily injury which creates a high probability of death, or which causes serious permanent disfigurement, or which causes a permanent or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any body member or organ or other serious bodily harm. And so, Mr. Chair, this is not about a punch. This is about great bodily harm. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
It's both great bodily harm and substantial bodily harm. I was referring to substantial.
Very well. Representative Cleveland.
Well, I just want to know where in this amendment it says that individuals have to take the course that you are referencing. Is that in here, or am I missing it?
Might be to the author of the
Yes.
amendment.
Representative Lucero, Representative Raleigh keeps referencing teaching in a course. Is there any requirement that anyone who would be utilizing the language of this bill is required to take any type of course?
Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this stand your ground is an extension of what you already have in your home now. So right now, if somebody brings it to your place of abode, and you as the homeowner in that place of abode have a fear of great bodily harm or death, you do not have a duty to retreat. And you can exercise that, and there's no course that you need to go through in order to defend yourself against the threat of great bodily harm or death. This seeks to extend that very valid and God-given principle to defend yourself without a duty to retreat, even if you're not standing in your place of abode. So no, there is not a requirement that a person takes a course for them to defend themselves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the only question I keeps referring to a course and being trained on how to use a weapon. And I don't know that people are trained to do that.
Mr. Chair?
That was not a question. That was not a question. It was a statement.
Lee Johnson.
Chair Mariani, Representative Mayborn. If you're going to carry a firearm in public, you're required to have a permit to carry. And to get that, you have to go through those training courses.
Representative Lucero, bring us home.
Yep, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the conversation. So I would just, what was it, earlier this week, or it all blends together? Was it late last week where we had the report come out on the analysis of the response of government to the riots? And last week? And so in that, we learned that there was confusion, there was conflicting orders coming from government, and the number one purpose of government is to protect life. That is the purpose of government. And when government isn't able to do so and respond and protect people's life, like happened in the riots of Minneapolis in 19, people need to be able to defend themselves, the God-given right, without the threat of being prosecuted by an overzealous prosecutor. And we saw, so that's, in just that example, I would submit that this amendment is and protects minorities against a potential overzealous prosecutor, because the prosecutor might think that they didn't have justifiable threat. Second, we saw examples in those weeks and months afterwards where police were unable to respond due to the overwhelming crisis that was occurring. And citizens themselves had to protect their own communities. And you saw these minority communities, minorities within those minority predominant communities, having to walk the streets armed to protect themselves. And if they had encountered great bodily harm or death, fear of it, in the protection of themselves or another, they should not be subjected to an overzealous prosecutor. And so that was happening. And I didn't see any headline that somebody pulled the trigger and shot and was killed unjustifiably. That didn't happen. So there were already people out there carrying the firearms, protecting their neighborhoods. And so this amendment seeks to ensure that those that might be put in that position are not going to be subjected to government punishment when government themselves was unable to respond and protect themselves or their communities. So please vote green. Thank you.
Very well. Representative Lucero renews his motion to adopt the A3 amendment. The clerk will take the roll.
Chair Mariani.
No.
Chair Mariani, nay. Vice Chair Frazier.
No.
Vice Chair Frazier, nay. Lee Johnson.
Aye.
Lee Johnson, aye. Representative Edelson.
No.
Representative Edelson, nay. Representative Feist.
No.
Representative Feist, nay. Representative Grossel.
Aye.
Representative Grossel, aye. Representative Hollins.
Nay.
Representative Hollins, nay. Representative Hewitt.
Nay.
Representative Hewitt, nay. Representative Cleavorn.
No.
Representative Cleavorn, nay. Representative Long.
No.
Representative Long, nay. Representative Lucero.
Lucero, yes.
Representative Lucero, aye. Representative Mueller.
Mueller votes yes.
Representative Mueller, aye. Representative Novotny.
Novotny, aye.
Representative Novotny, aye. Representative O'Neill.
O'Neill, aye.
Representative O'Neill, aye. Representative Pinto.
No.
Representative Pinto, nay. Representative Poston.
Yes.
Representative Poston, aye. Representative Raleigh.
Raleigh, aye.
Representative Raleigh, aye. Representative Vang.
No.
Representative Vang, nay. Representative Shung.
No.
Representative Shung, nay. Chair with 8 ayes and 11 nays, that concludes the roll call.
Very well. With 8 ayes and 11 nays, the motion does not prevail. Next is the A5 amendment. Who's offering the A5?
Chair Mariani, that is,
Lee Johnson. Representative Johnson moves adoption of the A5 amendment. Representative Johnson.
Chair Mariani, members, the A5 amendment is clean up for a little bit of a gap issue that occurred on tribal reservations, both federally and state. It's in the definition of a park zone. Currently, when some things happen on tribal developed parks on the tribal land, there are certain laws that cannot be enforced, dealing with a couple different issues. This just puts those parks that are built on the tribal land and paid for by tribal funds in the same category as other parks and park districts across the state.
Very well.
This is also supported by the Minnesota Indian Affairs Council.
Very well. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll just note that, yes, as Lee Johnson said, this is supported by the Minnesota Indian Affairs Council, and I think was requested by the Lower Sioux community, and Sidridge members support as well. Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion? Please vote. All right. Very well. All in favor of the Johnson amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion prevailed. And the A5 amendment is added to the omnibus bill. Next is the A8 amendment.
That's, Mr. Chair, that's.
Representative Mueller. Representative Mueller moves adoption of the A8 amendment. Representative Mueller.
Thank you, Chair and members. We are going to be, the amendment that is in front of you, A8, is something that was brought to us by Representative Erdahl earlier on and actually mentioned in the testimony that we heard yesterday from DOC Commissioner Schnell. The A8 amendment redirects $250,000 from the $11 million appropriation to the Department of Corrections for improving their data management, and instead uses this to appropriate it for the reimbursement of counties for transport out of state. Article 15 of the Interstate Compact of the Adult Offender Supervision requires that the state to transfer probationers from out of state to Minnesota to appear before the Court of Probation Violations. County sheriffs have been given the responsibility, but the Department of Corrections has not been reimbursing the counties for these transports. We have heard testimony that many of these transportations can be thousands of dollars. I took the liberty of asking my sheriff, and he got back to me and said that typically they spend about 10 to 15. Now I live in Bauer County. Typically we spend $10,000 to $15,000 a year. But I know that maybe for some other counties that that's just one county. And so we have 87 counties here in Minnesota, so that could rack up quite a bit of money. So Minnesota Sheriff's Association and Department of Corrections worked on a proposal to compensate the counties for probationer transports, and that was what we heard from Representative Erdahl. I think that it's really important since we are so value listening to our agencies and to those who have personal experience with what is going on and are affected by the legislation that we pass, that we listen to Commissioner Schnell and to our sheriffs. And I ask that you agree on this, please.
Thank you, Representative Mueller. I am wondering if someone from the department might be present to talk about where the funds are being taken from in order to cover this interstate adult transfer and what impact that might have.
Mr. Chair, I'm present.
Very well. Commissioner Schnell, the amendment proposes to pay for the interstate adult transfer by dipping into the department's request for technology, data investments. Perhaps you can tell us what impact that would have relative to the department's request.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I would not support the amendment as it's submitted. We do, really believe that supporting the sheriffs and making sure that funding is available is critical. But I think, as you heard earlier in the testimony by Ms. Walker about the lack of coordination in our system, the lack of communication, the ineffectiveness, that pulling money out of that system that has been long overdue an investment is also significantly contrary to the public safety. And so I really feel that removing dollars from that effort is not a wise investment. That said, I wholly support and stand strongly behind what I said yesterday, the other day, just that funding for offsetting the costs to sheriffs to provide for transportation pursuant to the interstate compact is equally important. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Discussion, members? Representative Otney.
Thank you, Chair Mariani. It's important to remember that this is for people that are under the control of the Department of Corrections. The counties are responsible for everyone that has a pre-sentence warrant for fail to appear for court. These are people that are under the direction of the DOC already, and they are on paper with the DOC. It should be their responsibility to pay for the outstate transport, which can be very substantial. Last I knew, using the Marshal Service is running almost $3,000 a transport. So that, for some of the smaller counties in the state, that can add up very quickly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Representative Otney. Further discussion, Representative Mueller.
Yeah, and thank you, Chair, and for Novotny for adding onto the, and for Commissioner Snell. The appropriation is $250,000. It's coming from something from 11 million. I think it's something that we should really consider. Thank you, Chair.
Very well. See no further discussion. All in favor of the A8 amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
No. No.
Motion does not prevail. The A8 amendment is not adopted. We now have the A9 amendment. Who's offering the A9?
I will move that, Mr. Chair.
Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when this provision that's in the bill, when we heard testimony on it, when it was in a bill form, I asked two specific questions, and one of the questions I asked was, does the definition of scientifically content validated exist in the bill? And I was told, no, it does not, so there is no definition of that. And second question I asked was, will the physical strength and agility examinations that are the product of this, will they continue to recognize the physiological differences between men and women? And I was told that it is silent on that, so that they're likely or potentially could have standards that are produced that are agnostic to the reality of the physiological differences between men and women. So so what I sought to do with this amendment is to as a believer in science myself, is to include a scientific reality and to continue the recognition of the differences between men and women. So I'm sure we're familiar with the presidential physical fitness standards that exist and have existed for many decades that recognize this difference. When I went to State Patrol, attempt anyway, to become a State Patrol officer, and I went through the physical agility, even then there was different thresholds which had to be met because there's a difference between men and women physiologically. And there are many aspects in society where we recognize this reality for very good reasons. So what this amendment seeks to do is to prevent the strong potential to create inequities for women seeking a career in law enforcement. As we are seeing men crowd out women in other areas, such as women's sports. And I wouldn't want an inequity to result from this becoming law that would prevent women, because law enforcement, and maybe not today, not in, as I'm saying this, there is more demand than there is people applying. But there was a day, like when I applied for State Patrol or Bloomington Police Department and many other departments back then, when there was a limited number where the supply far outnumbered the number of positions that were open. And so there's a competition to become a law enforcement officer. There was, and I suspect there will be again after the attacks on law enforcement in our society subside. And so the only way to achieve having the highest qualified candidates become law enforcement officers, getting through that screening process, is to have a competition. And when you have a competition, somebody has to win. And we need to make sure that women have an equitable opportunity to pursue careers in law enforcement. So I ask for support for this bill and a roll call, please.
Any discussion to the A9 amendment? President Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think Representative Lucero had asked for a roll call, so people's votes are recorded on this.
Noted.
Okay, thank you. Representative Lucero, I guess I'm confused. I thought I understood what this is about, and I remembered your first question in the hearing being, will these tests be just about the job and not be kind of making allowances for in any way for somebody? We just focus on the job and not making distinction by gender. And the answer that we got back was that, yeah, it does not make a distinction. It's focused on the job, which I thought was a satisfactory thing. But now I feel like I'm hearing you express the opposite concern, that you actually want to be taking into account gender. And I guess to confirm, the whole purpose of this provision in the bill is exactly in order to make sure that women and men and anybody are going to be judged based on their ability to do a job, and that's the critical thing. We want to make sure to send the message, because my understanding from talking with the folks who brought this to me, who are advocates having more women police officers, is that if an agency may well be using a test, whether it's focused on push-ups or pull-ups or whatever it is, that may not be so tied to the job qualifications, and may cause women and some men too to say, hey, that's not how I'm built, and boy, I wouldn't even go for that at all. So I guess what's funny about this that I'm just trying to understand is it actually feels like this amendment is going the exact opposite direction, is that we're actually going to have different standards for different people. And I guess I thought the questions at the time from your colleagues and even from you yourself is saying, we want one standard for police officers. We want to make sure that those who apply can do the job. We don't care where they come from. We don't care what they look like. We don't care anything about them. We want to make sure they can do the job as a cop. And so I guess this feels to me like it's going the opposite direction. Maybe you can help me understand that if you can, Mr. Chair, and Representative Lucero.
President Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the provision in the bill speaks about physical strength and agility screening. There is, I apologize if I didn't make it clear back in the hearing that I wasn't in support of eliminating the distinction of ignoring the scientific fact of the distinction of the physiological differences between men and women. I apologize that you came away with an incorrect conclusion. But your provision seeks to have the physical strength and agility screening. And when there's competition, as we see in women's sports, you have men that are competing against women and beating them in physical activities. And so when it comes to law enforcement, part of law enforcement is physical agility screening. And if your provision becomes law and doesn't recognize the biological scientific fact of the physiological differences in the agility competition of law enforcement screening, you're very likely to end up where women competing against men are not going to be able to they will be crowded out by men that are beating them in the physical screening. And so what my amendment seeks to do is to allow for women to have an equitable opportunity to pursue careers in law enforcement.
Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to make sure I'm understanding you. So Representative Lucero, you would like to have a standard for admission to law enforcement as a law enforcement officer for somebody who may have physical strength or agility that does not meet the qualifications to be a police officer, but you want to have a different standard for somebody based on their gender, and that standard would apply if you have an individual woman who happens to have more physical strength than an individual man. That woman should have a different standard, even if it might not be the standard that would be necessary for a police officer to have the physical strength and agility that they need in a scientifically content-validated, job-related way. Is that what you're saying?
Representative Pinto. Representative Pinto. I'm sorry, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Maybe one day I
my
can
apologies.
esteem to a position in life where I'm as high as Representative Pinto. What I am saying is that I want women to have equitable opportunities to pursue careers in law enforcement. In every other facet of our lives, we recognize this difference. And I don't want men to beat out women and create an inequitable playing field.
Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Representative Lucero, my thinking in that case, if that's your goal, is that we should have a standard for police officers. We should say this is based on the job, and we should make sure that whoever applies, whatever their background, whatever their race, their gender, whatever it is, we're going to say that's the standard we're going to hold you to because it's a critical job to be a police officer. I'll point out that this provision is supported by the League of Minnesota Cities and the Minnesota Peace and Police Officers Association, and to my mind, having that standard is absolutely the right way to go, and not to have those kinds of distinctions that may apply for an individual or otherwise. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I spoke when this provision came up for Representative Pinto's hearing about the women police officers who I know in Minneapolis Police Department who in years past have been subjected to tests that were essentially designed to keep them out of departments. And they were the ability to do a certain number of push-ups in a certain number of seconds, that type of thing, which really was not job-related. And so if the goal is to try to get more women in the police departments, then Representative Lucero's amendment is taking us backwards. The provisions that we have for Representative Pinto's bill mean that it should be job-related, and it does have an exemption. Representative Lucero, you were talking about physical fitness. There is an exemption for physical fitness. So you can have physical fitness standards that don't have to meet the tests here. But we're talking about job-related tests for strength and agility. And so we need to be specific there. But also you've mentioned biology and science, Representative Lucero, and I just wanted to point out that this amendment is not scientific or biologically accurate. It talks about gender as if there are only two categories, and that those with XX chromosomes are female, which is not always true. Those with XX chromosomes do sometimes develop male reproductive systems. Those with XY chromosomes do sometimes develop female reproductive systems. And there are individuals with XXY chromosomes, XYY chromosomes, X chromosomes. And so this pretends like that is not the case, and I think ignores biology. So if you wanted to be recognized scientific fact, then the amendment also fails on its face.
Representative Claiborne. Oh,
Thank you. The comments I wanted to make have been made. Thank you.
very well. Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Chair. I think we're getting deep in the weeds here. The hiring provisions are weighted, and obviously, as Representative Long has said, the hiring provisions have changed. We don't expect men and women to have the same testing standards. As you said, that it was used as a way to keep females out of the profession, as in the same way that fire departments have changed their standards. It's a measure of fitness that they use now. That's what the reference to the scientifically validated and job-related testing is. The difference is, and everybody wants to dance around it, is that if I can't meet the standards as a male, Representative Lucero would like it to be that I can't then decide that I identify as a female and would be able to pass the standards that are different. And that's what it is, and we can call it, we can dance around the subject however you want, but that's the issue. We've looked at, we'll talk about the swimmer that was ranked like 200th as a male and was able to compete and win NCAA championships identifying as a female. Thank you, Chair.
Representative Hollins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't going to weigh in on this, but I feel a little confused here. Are we suggesting that somebody is going to transition in order to obtain a job, like change fundamentally who they are and go through an entire transition process to become a law enforcement officer? I find that to be highly, highly unlikely. And in addition to that, I believe, my understanding is that it's, and it wouldn't help anyway, yes, because it's the same standard across the board, same standard for men and women, because this is a standard based on what the job is, not a standard based on who you are or what your chromosomal makeup is. And furthermore, I just wanted to point out that a lot of sports agencies used to do chromosomal testing for women, always for women, I'll point out. And they found that it was incredibly unreliable and not useful in trying to figure out who actually counts as a woman and who doesn't. And in fact, it was no longer used as of the late 90s. So I don't really understand why this is at issue currently. I think what we have written, what Representative Pinto brought makes a ton of sense. It's having criteria based on the job that we are asking individuals to do. And those individuals, whether they are male or female or intersex, all need to pass that same criteria. That's what we're asking of them, and I think it needs to remain that way. Thank you.
This has been a good debate. I'm going to go to Lee Johnson, and we're going to push on so that we can actually be done today. Lee Johnson.
Chair, Representative Lars, thank you for bringing this forward. In talking with MPPOA, this amendment is designed to make sure that tests and physical agility testing is not designed to exclude women so they cannot get the job. This is, with this amendment, it's designed more what the bill was originally supposed to be at, to make sure that the tests are, if physical agility tests are used, it's a standard that women, that set up to a standard that it cannot exclude women, and designed to make sure that the best candidate still can move forward and not using physical agility testing to exclude people that would make good officers.
To the author.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, another lively debate on a Lucero amendment. And I look forward to your green vote. And again, I'm just wanting to make sure that we continue to support women who are phenomenal at law enforcement, as in every other area of life. And I don't want to see a continuance of the unfortunate trend we've been seeing in other aspects of society of men crowding out women, where women should be able and fully are capable of excelling. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Lucero renews his motion to move adoption of Amendment A9. Clerk, please take the roll.
Chair Mariani.
No.
Chair Mariani, nay. Vice Chair Frazier.
No.
Vice Chair Frazier, nay. Representative Johnson.
Aye.
Representative Johnson, aye. Representative Edelson.
No.
Representative Edelson, nay. Representative Feist.
No.
Representative Feist, nay. Representative Grossel.
Aye.
Representative Grossel, aye. Representative Hullins.
No.
Representative Hullins, nay. Representative Hewitt.
No.
Representative Hewitt, nay. Representative Cleavorn.
Cleavorn, no.
Representative Cleavorn, nay. Representative Long.
No.
Representative Long, nay. Representative Lucero.
Yes.
Representative Lucero, aye. Representative Mueller.
Mueller votes yes.
Representative Mueller, aye. Representative Novotny.
Novotny, aye.
Representative Novotny, aye. Representative O'Neill.
O'Neill, aye.
Representative O'Neill, aye. Representative Pinto.
No.
Representative Pinto, nay. Representative Poston.
Aye.
Representative Poston, aye. Representative Raleigh.
Raleigh, aye.
Representative Raleigh, aye. Representative Vang.
No.
Representative Vang, nay. Representative Shong.
No.
Representative Shong, nay. Chair, that concludes a roll call with 8 ayes and 11 nays.
With 11 nays and 8 ayes, the amendment does not get adopted. I will now return the gavel to Chair Mariani.
You're supposed
Gotta
to
get that
use the
hammer.
gavel when you have it. All right, very well. We have the 810 amendment, and who's offering that amendment?
I am Chair.
Representative Rowley moves adoption of the 810 amendment.
Thank you, Chair. The 810 amendment adds language to the bill that professionalizes the public service telecommunications side of the 911 dispatchers, or what used to be called the 911 dispatchers, and puts them into the proper safety personnel and training that they're going to require going forward. And it's not just about what the job is today, it's about what's going to be required of them going forward. These professionals provide information to peace officers, firefighters, EMTs, and they're critical when they arrive on the scene. I'm a previous emergency medical technician. I know that there are others on this committee that have done the job of, getting the call at 3 o'clock in the morning and getting out of bed or being on the alert roster, walking out while you're on the phone and hearing from the 911 dispatch what the critical incident is at the moment. And it is a critical incident, and it is a critical moment in time, because the information that's being given to you by that dispatcher has to be clear, concise, actionable, and then a lot of the things that I applied came back to my military training, which is something called OODA loops. And what an OODA loop is you orient, or you observe, you orient, you decide, and then you take an action. And almost all of the things that we do in the emergency services side has to do with the OODA loop. And this will really provide clear, concise training and the future looking into what's going to be required of these emergency dispatchers, these telecommunicators. Currently, there are no statewide professional standards for the 911 telecommunicators or the uniform training. But last year, the Public Safety Omnibus Bill included a task force to make recommendations to the legislatures. And it was on that committee was Senator Limmer, Senator Latz, Representative and Chair Mariani, and Representative Johnson, and I have that report here. And I want to, Mr. Chair, if I could point out two things from the report. The introduction says, emergency communicators or emergency communications is an extremely stressful environment which requires our public safety telecommunicators to make life and death decisions in an emergency, both for the residents and the first responders. And then the second part, and I found this to be the most telling part of it, and the reason why I'm happy to bring this amendment forward, the public expects that these telecommunicators will remain the calm voice at the end of the line. Minnesota has found it difficult to attract and retain qualified individuals to perform these duties, and what this will do is give them a uniform set of training standards. It'll go through training, certification, and continuing education for the 911 operators. Our Public Safety Committee heard this bill last year, and after the 810 amendment was filed, Mr. Chair, DPS did raise a few concerns. And Mr. Chair, I have an 825 amendment if that would be appropriate at this time.
Very well. Representative Rowley moves to amend the 810 amendment with 825 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the 825 amendment appropriates the funding level that DPS has indicated that is going to be necessary to accomplish this mission. It specifies that the appropriation is for administrative and software costs, as well as the rulemaking that the bill is required to do. Mr. Chair, I also pulled all the requisite statutes on this, which is the 403 what do you call it? In the military, I call it DOT. What do you guys call it? It's DOT, period? Okay.
That works.
Point 403.11. And this amendment and the allocation of the funds does fall within the statute, so I believe we've got a really clear path on this. And it also clarifies that the funding is non-dedicated 911 emergency funding. And Mr. Chair, I looked at the standards for that, and I did pull the 911 funding. It basically allocates 95 cents per line. And so this is a special fund that's not going to be pulled from the general register. It's taking some of the money that's in the fund currently, and the report that I received is that the fund currently has, I believe, somewhere in the range of $22 million in it right now. And we're looking to allocate $1,450,000, Mr. Chair, and that is my amendment.
Very well. Well, let's get your amendment to the amendment adopted. Any discussion on that? If not, all in favor of the 810 amendment to the, rather the 825 amendment to the 810 amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion prevails, and the 810 amendment is amended. And Representative Rowley, good work. You know, folks know that the 911 fund, there are people who guard that thing pretty closely for good reason. And so it seems like you stayed within the bounds of that good reason. Lee Johnson.
Chair Mariani, I want to thank Representative Rowley for bringing this forward. The telecommunications through our 911 dispatchers are invaluable. They provide the proper information to keep the public and the officers and anybody, whether it's fire or EMS, safe. Getting the information is vital. I can recall an incident where I was on, where it was a domestic situation. The son had been, was high on PCP, and I went as a backup officer. Now, our dispatcher was a new dispatcher at the time, still in training, and said a juvenile. The individual happened to be 6'6", 250 pounds, stark naked, whacked out on PCP, and I was still on the second step of the stairways in the basement when he did a back kick that thankfully went over my head, and the battle was on. And because he was stark naked and sweaty, it was very hard to hold on to him. A few times my portable radio before the 800 system actually worked in a basement, and all I said was send more help now, and the battle was on, and the individual was numerous times trying to get my fire on. But because the dispatcher didn't have all the correct information, it put not only my safety, it put that person's safety, it put their family members' safety at risk. And with getting strict and good education and training for our dispatchers, especially the ones that we're going to be hiring in the future, getting that certification, getting them the training, how to get the information, how to talk to people. Because I've sat in dispatch when I've been on light duty, and it is very difficult to do. And I give all our dispatchers and telecommunicators great thanks for the great work they do keeping not only the responders but everybody safe, including I was sitting in dispatch after the tele-CPR started, and they did a fantastic job doing that. So I want to just thank our communicators as well.
Thank you, Representative Johnson. Others? Representative Rowley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll wrap it up with this way. The experience that I've had is direct, it's hands-on, and it is prescient to what this amendment does. I'd point out a couple things. One, this is not just about 911 dispatch, Mr. Chair. This is about the telecommunications processes that we're going to be looking at long into the future. This is going to allow us to start looking at a standards-based system and allow us the flexibility to look at future technologies that we're not thinking about right now. One of those that was not available to us at the beginning of the dispatch was the ARMOR program and the 800 megahertz dispatching systems. Another one that's very close to my heart is the iPause system. And Mr. Chair, I don't know how you arranged it today to get the alarms to go off outside while we're in committee, but thank you for proving my point. It was awesome.
Well, I thought we were going to have to head for the basement. Representative Cleavorn reminded me that they were doing 2 days in a row.
Certainly. And so this is a very good system, very good bill, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it.
Okay, very well. No? Okay, very well. All right, with that, then Representative Rowley renews his motion to adopt the 810 amendment as amended. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion prevails. Very well. Next is the A12 amendment. Who's offering that?
Chair Mariani, that would be mine.
Representative Johnson moves adoption of the A12 amendment. Representative Johnson.
Chair Mariani, members, the A12 amendment deals with the law enforcement operations account, or deal, and what it does is, we talked about this last year during the riots, setting up an account that when there's a disaster, or not a disaster, an unplanned major public safety event, such as the riots of not that long ago, that there's funds to help the departments that send mutual aid. A major event can just devastate a city's or a county's budget, devastates the state's budget, state patrol budget. And this sets up a program so the funds are always there if needed. And also, I believe I would tend to pay back some of the funds that were used already during the riots. This would help in future events, and just basically get it set up so if when there are major events where the state calls a disaster and has to call in the State Patrol, the National Guard, and departments from all over the state, that the local people will not be holding the bill for that event. And the local property taxpayers will not have to pay for the events, major events that are outside their city or their jurisdiction. We saw what's happened with the riots. Last time it's got to the point now where departments, because of not getting paid and that's affecting their budget so hard, are a little hesitant to send people, which is not what we want. We want to make sure everybody is safe, the communities are safe, and the public is safe as well as the officers. But we don't want to do that at the expense of the citizens that they pay the taxes where they serve to help other people. In law enforcement, it doesn't matter where you are, we will respond if you call for help. That's just the nature of this. We work and help each other. And I think we do need to do this. We talked about it many times last year. And with that, I would also request a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Discussion, members. Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lee Johnson, it's Mike Lee Johnson, thank you for bringing this bill, and I appreciate the recap of what happened last year. I remember it vividly, but I also remember the reasons for that and the shortfalls in the resources that some of our local law enforcement had and the concerns around not having the resources in place to ensure that folks would show up when we need their help, and I think that's important. But what I will point to is in House File 4200, we're giving upwards of $60 million to law enforcement that they could use for situations like this. And I also note that I have not, and I've been in frequent conversation along with others in the Public Safety Committee this year with law enforcement, I have not seen them raise this issue this year. I have also not seen the issue raised by DPS, which I'm sure they would have in their budget request, and I have not seen the issue raised by the governor also, which was part of the conversations that we had last session. So I can appreciate your forward thinking, but that was also part of the forward thinking in House File 4200, and I would urge a no vote because I think we have the resources in place to deal with that if the occasion should happen. Hoping that it doesn't, but if the occasion should happen, I think we have the resources there for law enforcement to deal with it.
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to ask Lee Johnson about the change to the definition of disaster on the first page. I think I know what this does, but I guess I wanted to ask him if he can just help me understand what the goal is, and then I maybe have a comment about that.
Representative Johnson.
I believe the reason for the change is to make sure that it's not just disasters, This is designed for more, this program is designed for more civil let's see. But does not include a disaster does not include riots or civil disobedience. This is designed more, bill is designed more for that type of event, to make sure that's used properly and not used for other things. Where when a natural disaster, there's federal money, there could be federal money coming in to backfill those things instead of using these funds.
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Johnson, I think, so this is definition is from Chapter 12B, which allows for state support when a community experiences a disaster. And I think what this would do is mean that if there is a catastrophe caused by civil disorder, I note that it says effective retroactively from January 1st, 2020. So it would prevent state support for, let's say, businesses that had experienced damage as a result of the civil unrest in late May and June of 2020. Is that your goal here? I just want to make sure I'm understanding what the purpose is of this.
Representative Johnson, I believe it's two distinct pieces that you have in the amendment.
Yeah,
One dealing with 12B.
it's two differences,
And then,
distinct. One's in the disaster part, and this is separate. It's just changed, I believe it's just changing the definition in the disaster part of it, but this is a separate part of where these funds are used. Because in an actual natural disaster, there's federal funds that come in, and in the riots, there was federal funds were turned down because it was not a natural disaster.
Thank you,
Representative.
Mr. Chair. I think the result, whatever the goal more broadly, I mean, this section is just modifying 12B. It's on page 1. And I think whatever else is happening in the rest of this amendment, this would mean that there could not be state support for disaster caused by civil disorder. Perhaps if somebody, whether our expertise in House researchers or elsewhere, I mean, but feel free to correct me on that, but this is how I read this. And again, I notice it says effective to January 2020, it makes me wonder, but I see Mr. Debo maybe is ready to hop in, or somebody is, but Mr. Chair, I'm wondering about the impact of this.
Mr. Debo, perhaps you can help us out.
Mr. Chair, I'm speculating a little bit, which is always dangerous, but it seems that they're trying to create an alternate path for funding this type of funding so that they don't go through the disaster path for seeking reimbursement. That would be my educated guess, is that this would take them out of the Chapter 12 disaster definition and then use this new program to reimburse them. But
Mr. Debo, there is a back date though here. What would be the impact of that if you know?
I'm not sure, perhaps going back to the unrest that followed the George Floyd murder.
And so perhaps that's a question to you, Representative Johnson. Is it your intent then for somehow to reclaim those resources that were committed, if any were committed? I'm not a mini politician, so I don't know.
Chair Mariani, there are many resources from multiple counties and cities that came down here to help to backfill the costs to those communities for helping out in the city of Minneapolis and St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will note, that the rest of this bill, the effective dates are all in, 2023 as is usual, and suddenly this section pops back to January of 2020. It's my understanding this could cause funds to be clawed back. This would prevent assistance. And I guess I'm flashing back a couple of amendments and just noting we had a lot of concerns several amendments ago about those businesses that were damaged to no fault of their own. And now suddenly, according to this, it seems to me that this says, well, if you experience a disaster and it was one of these other things, that's one thing. But if it's civil disorder, well, good luck to you. And so that alone, to my mind, could be a very good reason to vote no on this. And I would hope all members would join in, as I know we were in several amendments ago. Thank you.
Very well. Representative Johnson, what's your close this out?
This is not intended to do that. The intent of this bill is to backfill those departments in those counties and those cities, the costs to come down to Minneapolis to help protect and try to stop the rioting and the burning of the buildings and the destruction that occurred. Those departments still have not been paid. It's trying to make up so the property taxpayers in those communities are making up that part of it. And it actually has caused a lot of budget issues in those communities. So we want to get them reimbursed for the costs that they actually spent down in Minneapolis. This bill has nothing to do with anything for whatever the city or the state wants to do to help with those victims of the riots. But it just helps those who in the law enforcement community so they can keep their department as close as possible at full strength as they can in these certain times.
Right, with that, the clerk will, Representative Johnson renews his motion to adopt the 812 amendment. The clerk will take the roll.
Chair Mariani.
No.
Chair Mariani, nay. Vice Chair Frazier.
No.
Vice Chair Frazier, nay. Lee Johnson.
Aye.
Lee Johnson, aye. Representative Edelson.
No.
Representative Edelson, nay. Representative Feist.
No.
Representative Feist, nay. Representative Grossel.
Aye.
Representative Grossel, aye. Representative Hullins.
Nay.
Representative Hullins, nay. Representative Hewitt.
No.
Representative Hewitt, nay. Representative Cleaborn.
No.
Representative Cleaborn, nay. Representative Long.
No.
Representative Long, nay. Representative Lucero.
Yes.
Representative Lucero, yes. Representative Mueller.
Mueller votes yes.
Representative Mueller, aye. Representative Novotny.
Novotny, aye.
Representative Representative aye.
Yes, sir.
Novotny, aye. Representative O'Neill.
O'Neill, aye.
Representative O'Neill, aye. Representative Pinto.
No.
Representative Pinto, nay. Representative Poston.
Aye.
Representative Poston, aye. Representative Raleigh.
Raleigh, aye.
Representative Raleigh, aye. Representative Vang.
No.
Representative Vang, nay. Representative Sean.
No.
Representative Sean, nay. Chair with 8 ayes and 11 nays, that concludes roll call.
Very well, with 8 ayes and 11 nays, the motion does not prevail. Next, we have the A13 amendment. Who's offering the A13? Representative Feist moves adoption of the A13 amendment. Representative Feist.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is proposed by the Department of Corrections to ensure adequate understanding and comprehension for limited English proficiency individuals who are in DOC care.
Well, that's short and concise. We'll make it out here in time. So,
I could tell you more, but it's good. We're good.
discussion. Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Feist. So just a quick question. What does, on the line 1.9, what does implement language access, what does access look like?
Representative Feist.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Lucero. It goes beyond just having translation. The DOC had a working group that they assembled in late 2020, and they wanted to ensure that people really understood their situation while they were in DOC care. Demystifying practices in correctional settings, sharing information related to law, policy, and practice, identifying areas where policy change could positively impact immigrants and refugees, committed to the custody of DOC or housed in local correctional facilities. So it was more of their understanding of their situation rather than just translation.
Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And while I'm not opposed to the concept of this, what I do have a concern about is, in my entire time in the legislature, 8 years now, I have met with many great Department of Corrections employees, staff, and they are telling me the threat, the safety to themselves. And I'm just concerned that this is going to be another mandate that, again, I'm not opposed to the principle of it, but there are other higher priority things right now that deal with life and safety for the employees of the Department of Corrections that I just think need to be taken into consideration before we put more mandates that cost more money in a finite amount of money that they have right now.
Representative Feist.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Lucero. I do see this as something that will support safety in correctional facilities. This is an issue that DOC identified as a priority to ensure that they can keep order in those correctional facilities, make sure that people understand what the rules are. So I believe that this ultimately will support the safety of those staff. Thanks.
Lee Johnson.
Chair Mariani, Representative Feist. A question I have for you on this bill, is this Just in the Department of Corrections, state prisons, or this also include the county jails as well?
Representative Weiss.
Thank you, Representative Johnson. That is a good question. It says people who are incarcerated, detained, or supervised by the Department of Corrections. So that would be anyone within DOC care. And so your question again was?
Does it include the county jails?
If the county jails are under the DOC care, then yes.
You know what, we have the commissioner here, it's probably a fair question, since the language came from them. Commissioner Schnell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lee Johnson, it would not apply to county jails as such. While we have a licensing authority, regulatory authority, this provision really applies to the Department of Corrections specifically.
Thank you. Commissioner Lee Johnson?
Chair Mariani, as long as the commissioner's on, I'll ask him this as well. I'm just wondering why we're doing this by legislation and you cannot do this by policy already. This sounds like sound policy to make sure that we're already required to provide some of this stuff already. I'm just wondering why we have to do it by legislation instead of just doing the common sense thing and doing it by policy.
Commissioner.
Mr. Chair, Lee Johnson, there's really a couple of reasons. For one, first of all, you should know we are working on this from a policy standpoint across the board, working to do this. But as you know, you look at many of our school districts around the state, everywhere, that we're seeing so many more new languages coming in, and to create this by statute, I think ultimately establishes good policy. Also with the stakeholder groups that we met with, who saw this as important, who cited examples of its importance, really felt that it should be reflected as a statutory policy, a policy of the state to ensure that this language access and this broader sense of understanding was expected from a statutory standpoint.
All right, thank you. Any other? Representative Rowley.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, to the author, I want to make sure that I understand this. So I'm going to read it, and then I'm going to pause and ask the question.
Ready.
The Commissioner of Corrections shall take reasonable steps to provide meaningful access to what?
Representative Weiss.
Thank you. So to these individuals with limited English proficiency who are incarcerated and in their care, you are correct that the sentence doesn't have a predicate. Meaningful language, meaningful access. It might be missing a word.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry to be a language nerd.
Yeah.
Sounds like an easy enough fix later.
Yes.
But you got the intent. So.
Well, Mr. Chair, I was going to ask, потому что это нужно. Why is it necessary? But I think that's answering it.
Very well. Others?
Mr. Chair.
Representative Pinto.
I'm just jumping in, just saying, I guess I'm not, it seems like it's not missing a word, right? Shall take reasonable steps to provide meaningful access to LEP individuals, limited English proficient individuals.
I think they mean meaningful language.
And back to the bills, the amendments author, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Rowley.
Thank you. So we'll take Representative Pinto's definition. The Commissioner of Correction shall take reasonable steps to provide meaningful access to limited English proficient individuals incarcerated. Yeah. That's exactly my point, Mr. Chair, is there's something missing. We're either providing access to something to the LEP individuals, or we're providing LEP individuals access to something. Mr. Chair.
I think you and I should go visit the DOC wordsmithers and do a session with them. Representative Weiss.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And looking at the information that the DOC provided me, I do agree that they meant meaningful language access. So you can have that.
Good to have the intent on the record. Representative Cleveland.
Well, I was just going to ask, does this fall under the technical corrections, or do we?
Probably.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, we can't, yeah. An amendment was fixed.
That's right, it's an amendment to an amendment, that's right, yeah.
You're fixing it ways.
Yeah, we'll fix it in ways. If we get the ways.
Yeah.
All right, further discussion. All right, so Representative Pfizer moves a motion to adopt the 813 amendment. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion prevails. And is anyone offering the 815 amendment? Which I heard was being withdrawn. All right, the A16 amendment, is anyone offering the A16 amendment?
We're going to 16? We're going to 16. I'm having trouble hearing on this end, Chair.
I'm sorry, the A16 amendment.
All right. No one claimed it. Oh.
Going once?
I have that, Chair.
Representative Novotny, you know, and I'm leaning in here now, I can hear myself.
Thank you.
Doesn't sound good. Representative Novotny moves the A16 amendment. Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Chair Mariani. The A16 amendment is a reflection of things that we've taken into consideration and looking at some of the points of the overall bill that are lacking. As you know, because you were there for some of it, I did spend a lot of time on the road this summer, meeting with people and doing outreach, going like to the State Patrol Academy up in Ripley. That was one of 3 trips I made to Ripley to meet with different people. And the A16 amendment that we have includes a lot of initiatives that I think should help or make a difference in the current situation of public safety that we have. It's got an enhancement for the penalty of fleeing a police in a stolen vehicle or in a reckless manner. It provides for grants to secure treatment facilities for juvenile offenders, something that, as we spoke with previously on some of the bills, how that would be very beneficial to be able to hold some of these older juvenile individuals that are committing multiple acts of fleeing and carjacking and things like that. It gives a $5,000 bonus to new and current peace officers. It provides grants to local law enforcement officers to reach out to high schools to talk about careers in law enforcement. It provides expedited higher education path to peace officer profession. There's a provision in here for something near and dear to my heart, the Explorer program. I was a supervisor of the Explorer program when I was at the sheriff's office, and can name about 5 or 6 people that are currently working in Minnesota. So I think that would be an important contribution. The higher education bill is part of this, and that's from Majority Leader Winkler. Majority Leader Winkler, and it was heard in the Higher Ed Committee last week. Representative O'Neill is the Republican lead on higher education, and Chair Mariani, with your permission, I'd like to have her speak briefly about the higher ed provisions of my amendment.
It sounds like Representative O'Neill has her hand up. Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Novotny, for bringing this forward. I wanted to speak about one other provision before I talk about the higher ed provision. I did work with Majority Leader Winkler quite a bit on kind of putting it in the right order. I am a policy wonk, and I wanted to make sure that his policy was accurate and correct. And so this, the amendment is actually the product of what he and I worked on. But before I talk about that, let me talk about something else that is really near and dear to my heart, that I feel like this is an answer that we've all been asking, and Representative Herr and I are working on this together. But let me tell you where this provision came first. So this is the Ramsey County Post-Juvenile Delinquent Adjudication Treatment Home provision for $5 million. But about 3 weeks ago, I got a phone call from an old friend I've known for 12 years, Patrick. And Patrick said to me, listen, some horrible thing happened. You probably saw it in the news, but let me tell you face to face what actually happened. His wife had come home and pulled up into their garage, and they had their 3-year-old daughter in the car, and 3 people jumped out into the garage and confronted her with guns brandished 2 of them were juveniles, 1 was 18. And they demanded not only the keys to her car and her purse, they wanted the keys to his car as well, which was also in the garage. And she pleaded and begged with them, please just let me get my daughter out of this car. And they argued back and forth, and they argued back and forth, and she was almost screaming, and Patrick was in the house and wasn't quite sure why she hadn't come in the house yet, because he saw her drive in, but didn't hear the conflict. And so she finally got her daughter out of the car. They took her purse, they took the car, and they went tearing off. And come to find out, when they did finally catch the 3, that all 3 had a long criminal history. So that started Patrick, who used to be a lobbyist. I worked with him a long time ago on some things. And it started him on a path to say, we've got to do better. Now, he lives in the metro, he lives in St. Paul area. And so he went to some old friends of his. He talked with Sheriff Fletcher, he talked with John Choi, so Ramsey County Commissioner John Choi. He talked to officials at Ramsey County. And they started to work together. And we all know that there is very little options for juveniles. So what the courts are saying, what John Choi is saying, what Sheriff Fletcher is saying is the result of this bill. And we did the first paragraph of 2 paragraphs for Representative Herr's bill, and I signed on as second author. But what it does is it creates an alternative to full incarceration at Red Wing. What this does is it creates small, intense treatment facilities for juveniles. Now, they are secure because we're talking about some very violent kids that run away. And what it does is make sure that they get intense treatment. And the most important thing is that it is culturally specific, it is community-based, and it is no larger than 5 or maybe even 7 individuals. So it's not this, big like Red Wing. Now, Red Wing serves its purpose, but this is a small treatment home that is also secure. Because, something else that that Patrick kept telling me as he was talking to John Choi, talking to Sheriff Fletcher, is that the mothers are beside themselves and don't know what to do with these juveniles. They're running around, they're doing things that they cannot control, and they're desperate for help. So that is what the first portion does, and that's on line 2.20, it starts there. So it's the Ramsey County Post-Juvenile Delinquent Adjudication Treatment Homes. It's $5,000 in year 2023 to establish these homes. It is something that literally the word is out, and now Hennepin County wants the same thing. So I know this is coming late. I know we haven't had a full conversation about this, and for that I do apologize, but I think it's really important. We all have stories. We all know people who have gone through something very similar to Patrick and his wife. I know that Representative Lucero says something about 5,000 carjackings. That's actually just stolen cars. Not quite that many carjackings, but we certainly all know about that issue. Now to the portion that I worked with Representative Winkler on. And it's really, if I just boil it down to 2 main parts, it is standing up a really intense, comprehensive peace officer education and training program. And it's for those that already have a 2-year degree or a 4-year degree. And this is an 8-month or less training program. What makes this really interesting, I think, and why I was so interested to help him fix it so that it was correct, is that the nomination process, for one, is really interesting because it allows CLEOs or, so we had, I believe we had testimony from a Black police officer, and he was part of Black police officers, either nationally or in Minnesota. So it's groups like that get to nominate. And then those nominations go to the Commissioner of Public Safety, and he gets to choose 125 to be a part of this whole process. And then what's really exciting, the higher ed part of it, is that not only is it tuition-free and skills training-free for that person, but they get a $1,000 stipend per month for living expenses. They get some loan forgiveness. So it's up to $3,000 for a 2-year degree or $10,000 if they've got a 4-year degree to help pay for that. Then when they complete the program, it's a $5,000 signing bonus. And then if they continue to do well, it's an 18-month retention bonus. So if they've made it through 18 months and been successful, it's a $7,000 retention bonus. So that's the first part. Then the second part is a scholarship part. So and it's very similar to what I just said, except for now you're talking about high school graduates. And these high school graduates then get free education, free skills training, and then they also get a living stipend. Although it's smaller because you're talking about either 2 or 4 years that they would complete, they can go up to 8 semesters, but it's a $500 per month stipend for living expenses. They also get mentoring, and there's all kinds of components here that are really, really helpful. So I know that we haven't had time to hear Majority Leader Sprinkler's bill, but I did hear it in higher ed. It was really interesting and exciting to me. When he brought it to higher ed, there were some components that absolutely the Office of Higher Education should have been handling, and some pieces that DPS should be handling. And so in this amendment, it is all teased out, and we've got some parameters that he did not have. This is probably the language that he will end up with, but you know, he certainly can change things as well. But this is kind of the language as we left it. Really excited to bring that forward. I think this is something that will go a long way to getting some more officers on the street, and actually having these officers have a really good background, that they are, with thoughtfulness, selected to go through the process. So that is that part of the amendment, Mr. Chair.
Very well. Representative Adi, you're done with your presentation?
I'll stand for questions and save the rest for the close.
Okay, very well. Let's open it up. Let me begin, members. This is a big amendment. It's got lots of provisions to it. And let me start off, first by just sharing that I think there are a number of intriguing ideas in here. For me, it tells me that there are there's common ground for good efforts in this body and hopefully in the entire legislature for trying to respond to a number of these issues, because these issues are being responded to in many ways by the underlying bill and by other bills that are out there. So part of our process is, as members of this body, is to take, the genius of, how many are there, 211 of us, and, knit those together into, a good, strong, unified voice for our state. So that's really the spirit that I try to, come at, even when I'm opposing things, because it doesn't mean I would agree to everything, and I suspect all of you are, in the same posture, rightfully so. I will say that, quite frankly, because I can't resist, that unlike the other body, even this proposal has things that the other body is just choosing to ignore. I also will say that, I do have concerns with, parts of the majority leader's bill, which is why we decided to run with, the chair decided to run with the frame that he's offering for you here. I think that a couple big things. There are similar elements here to what exists in House File 4200, and so ergo what lies, at good chunks of the omnibus bill. For example, there's an alternative pathways provision to police licensing that Representative Fraser has developed, not with the detail or the approach that's here, it's just different approaches, but it's being addressed. It's an issue that's being addressed. There are a number of grant programs within House File 4200 through which a number of these provisions in this amendment can be acted on. Again, not with the same level of, prescriptiveness and detail, but certainly where things can happen, particularly around recruitment, retention, issues. That really poses a bit of a challenge in that, we arguably could be doubling up on resources using, two different approaches. So there's a knitting that has to happen here, which frankly, I don't think it happened by adopting an amendment, certainly not at this time. I will say that, oh, and by the way, the county issue, and I am pleased to hear that, it's beyond my county, that now there's another county is interested in the juvie detention issue. But I will note that unlike Representative Herr's bill, what's missing from inside this bill are the wraparound services that are key to that proposal that Representative Herr has. So, I mean, obviously everyone has different approaches, but the point is that it's going to require, like some really, careful, knitting of ideas if we're going to run with any of these things. I'll say this, I think if the omnibus moves, I should never presume a bill's going to move, but if it moves, conference committee is a good time and a good place for something like this, to happen, if it's going to happen, because then we'll have the time. Obviously, anything's playable, we can offer amendments on the floor. The floor is probably the worst place, to construct good public policy, in my opinion. I think decades ago it used to be a little bit better, but unfortunately, for a number of reasons, it's not. And so I do think that all that then by way of saying that I'm going to oppose this amendment, Representative Novotny, and I'm going to encourage members to do so as well. But I also want to send a signal that I'm open-minded about a number of these provisions. I do see some strong overlaps here, and ultimately that's going to be a matter of choice about how do we design and approach a number of those. So I'll stop there and then just open it up for other members' advice and comments. Representative Cleveland.
Thank you, Chair Mariani. And I am a co-author on this bill, on the Winkler bill. And I'm really excited to hear that my colleague that I serve on higher education is now saying that she's happy about some of the higher ed provisions. And I just want to open up an opportunity to continue to work with Representative O'Neill on the higher ed portion of this bill. But also in higher education, we adopted a social work scholarships portion of this bill too. And I don't think the two should run separately. I think they really need to run together. And so to Representative Novotny and Representative O'Neill, this is a really important undertaking, and I would like to extend an offer to work with you. Probably not this year, but next year, if we're all fortunate enough to come back and do this bill, do it well, and get it across the finish line. So thank you.
Others? Lee Johnson.
Chair Mariani, it's a lot of good things in this amendment. And there's a lot of things that are going to actually keep the public safe. With that, because of your recommendation of a no vote, I'm going to request a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Representative O'Neill, I understand you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just really quickly, so we grabbed the section of Representative Herr's bill that had to do with the treatment facilities. I didn't grab the other portion of it because you've got so much in this bill already doing that sort of thing. But what we don't have, what this is so unique, is that we're actually doing intense treatment in a small group. So 5 to 7 juveniles, very, very intense treatment. You've got a lot of things in your bill already, which is why I didn't want to be duplicative, but this is unique. This is amazing. This is something that John Choi and Sheriff Fletcher can actually agree on. I don't know how much they can agree on, but they agree on this. So, and this is also, once this rolled out, Chair, Hennepin County wants this too. They want to be able to launch this sort of thing as well. So I know, you know that I came from the world of treatment. I came from Minnesota Adult and Teen Challenge, and I want to reach out to them because they've got a really good model to do really intense treatment and have a great success. They have anywhere between 80 and 85% success rate with folks that are very, very chronic. They have very chronic addictions. And the other thing I would say, you know, I appreciate the reach across the aisle about the Winkler bill, Representative Winkler's bill. In fairness, there are some pieces, after we did all of the kind of revision to it, some pieces belong back in higher ed because they're OHE, Department of Higher Ed, and some of them belong over in DPS. And so there needs to be a little more work on that as well. And the reason that the social worker part wasn't in here, because that was clearly OHE, that wasn't even in this jurisdiction, that the funding was very clear that that was in the other committee, but there are some portions in here that should really be in the Office of Higher Education. So if you want to move some of this forward, that's going to have to be worked out, kind of like the missing word we talked about a few amendments ago. But I think that the Representative Winkler's bill really has merit, and I really think that Representative Herr's bill really has merit. It is something that's really gained some traction. So as you move this forward, I really hope that you would grab hold of that and have more conversations with Representative Herr and with Sheriff Fletcher and with County Commissioner John Choi and with Ramsey County, because they are very excited about this. And I'm just really honored to be included in it, to be honest with you, and would love to see it become law. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative O'Neill. I did have a brief chat with our County Attorney Choi on this issue, and so when I say I have an open mind, I'm not just saying that. All right, and I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm just that didn't sound right. Thank you for your advice and your work. If there's nothing else, Representative Otney, I'll let you have the final word here before we roll.
I think I'll jump on that before anybody changes their mind. Representative O'Neill has covered the recruitment and retention very well, along with the youth provisions that are direly needed by the state. I'd like to address and point out that between 2015, when there was a report of 1,379 fleeing reports filed with the BCA, 2020 is the last year that there was a posting for the fleeing. The number was 3,109. So over double that. And now, if you've watched the news or if you watch Twitter, you see that the street rotting is going on, and when they are in the middle of the street lighting an intersection on fire, and some of these cars, the super muscle cars that they are driving, and when local law enforcement or the state patrol tries to intercede, it's almost automatically a flee now. Thankfully, with the HEAT program that is out there, they are having a lot more access to the air wing, and the air wing, having a helicopter or a plane in the air makes a dramatic difference in how fast they can have air support overhead. Once that air support is overhead, they can back off, let the vehicle go to the ground, and they can make the arrest. Some of these fleeings, as we know, they're dangerous to everyone. They're dangerous to the public, they're dangerous to the officers, and they're dangerous to the people that flee. So I think we need to enhance the penalty for the fleeing, and especially in the stolen vehicles. There's little or no reason for someone in a stolen vehicle to stop anymore. So I think we need to enhance those penalties. Overall, this omnibus bill spends a lot of money on a growing bureaucracy. The OJP gets huge. We spend a lot of money on community organizations. With all due respect to the bill overall, and maybe I should save this for the end, but there's a lot of things in the bill that, to me, really don't have anything to do with public safety. There's a lot of components in this bill and in some of the amendments that are coming up that they're the exact reason why we're having trouble retaining and recruiting law enforcement. And, it's getting late, and I don't mean to beat the bush any farther than that, but I asked for your support, and I believe Representative Johnson's already called for a roll call, but thank you, Chair.
Very well. There is a roll call, and so the clerk will take the roll.
Chair Mariani?
No.
Chair Mariani, nay. Vice Chair Frazier?
No.
Vice Chair Frazier, nay. Lead Johnson?
Aye.
Lead Johnson, aye. Representative Edelson?
No.
Representative Edelson, nay. Representative Feist?
No.
Representative Feist, nay. Representative Grossel?
Aye.
Representative Grossel, aye. Representative Hollins?
Nay.
Representative Hollins, nay. Representative Hewitt?
Nay.
Representative Hewitt, nay. Representative Cleavorn?
Nay.
Representative Cleavorn, nay. Representative Long?
No.
Nay. Representative Long, nay. Representative Lucero?
Yes.
Representative Lucero, aye. Representative Mueller?
Mueller votes yes.
Representative Mueller, aye. Representative Novotny?
Bonnie, aye.
Representative Novotny, aye. Representative O'Neill?
Absolutely.
Representative O'Neill, aye. Representative Pinto?
No.
Representative Pinto, nay. Representative Poston?
Aye.
Representative Poston, aye. Representative Raleigh?
Raleigh, aye.
Representative Raleigh, aye. Representative Vang?
No.
Representative Vang, nay. Representative Shung?
No.
Representative Shung, nay. Chair, that concludes roll call with 8 ayes and 11 nays.
Very well. With 7 ayes and 1 absolutely, no, I mean, with 8 ayes and 11 nays, the motion does not prevail. Thank you, Representative Devani, for bringing this forward to be continued. A17 amendment, who's offering that?
That's mine, Mr. Chair.
Representative Feist moves the A17 amendment. Representative Feist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment relates to the Fusion Center, which is within the BCA, and its mission is to collect and share information about active and emerging threats. The BCA reached out to me with some concerns, and I was told by nonpartisan staff I had 60 seconds to make all these decisions about what to do with it, and that wasn't quite enough time. But I did want to mention here just one of the concerns raised in response to one of the requests for this reporting for the number and types of criminal activities that were stopped or hindered by the Fusion Center's activities to the degree known. I was told that this is incalculable and cannot be quantified. And I just wanted to say that the goal of this reporting is that when an agency is collecting data on individual citizens, there should be oversight. And we should be able to see a measurable benefit to public safety in exchange for this data collection. And so I look forward to working with the BCA to look at this reporting requirement. A lot of these items were in the reporting that was previously done at the Fusion Center, and so I'm sure that we can find a workable annual reporting system that will protect our privacy. And so at this point, I am going to withdraw this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Feist withdraws the A17 amendment. We have 4 amendments left, members, and I'm seeing all sorts of stuff floating in the room. There must be a theme going on here. Goodies, a lot of things. Let's push and see if we can make that 5:30 initial deadline. We have the A18 amendment. Is anyone offering the A18 amendment? Oh, Representative Edelson. Representative Edelson moves adoption of the A18 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I have happy news for you all, that after this amendment, there's 6 more, so I'll make it super fast. Yesterday, I was asking questions to the Commissioner Harrington about the analyst. I really like the idea of the analyst being able to assist the investigator, and so what this amendment does is it's pretty simple. It moves $250,000 from the community-based public safety grants to the BCA in their work for the Violent Crime Reduction Support Initiative. And so I ask for your support.
Very well. Discussion, members. You knocked your socks off, Representative Edelson.
You're welcome. You're welcome, everybody.
Wow. I take it you don't want closing comments. Or...
I do not. But yes.
All right. All in favor of adopting the A18 amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion prevails. Thank you, Representative Edelson. The A19 amendment, who's offering that? Oh, Representative Frazier. Representative Frazier moves adoption of the A19 amendment. Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment comes in response to the Wilder report that we heard earlier this week, or last week, I'm sorry, COVID times. But to the Wilder report that we heard last week. Oh,
We couldn't hear you.
thank you, Representative Brasso.
Thank you.
This amendment comes in regards to the Wilder report that we heard. I even like that better. This comes in regards to the Wilder report that we heard last week. Within that report, we learned that there were several failings with the responses to the civil unrest that was happening a couple of summers ago. What we want to make sure and what we want to ensure happens is that we don't repeat those same mistakes. One of the many recommendations or the realizations was that what happened with the responses to the civil unrest was that there was a lack of coordination with leadership in those efforts to address the civil unrest. What we're proposing with this amendment is a compliance review officer. This compliance review officer would be at the scene, helping out in responding to questions from protesters or individuals at the scene. And the compliance review officer would be ensuring that the entities that are there are compliant with the policies that are in place. This is important because what we like to do is, as much as possible in real time, have someone there that can ensure that they're providing guidance so that we're not violating that the government isn't violating anyone's civil liberties or the policies that are in place to ensure that everyone is safe. There are some guardrails around this. We have the criteria. There are some guardrails around this. This will only apply to major public safety events, and those will be events with more than 50 peace officers are needed to respond to events that are expected to or has a crowd in excess of 200 persons, or an event that is expected to or has a crowd in excess of 50 persons and a local or statewide state of emergency is declared. Is this the amendment? Okay. As well, the parameters also are at least one representative from each state law enforcement agency's internal affairs unit must be temporarily assigned as a compliance review officer. That officer, after feedback from DPS, we did provide. I have an amendment to this, Chair. Can we go to the amendment?
Absolutely. Representative Frazier, I see an 826 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The 826 amendment addresses some issues that were raised by DPS after presenting this proposal to them and getting their feedback. What we did was we provided that this compliance review officer would not be involved in any investigatory process other than being a witness, so they could collect information and provide information up the chain in regards to compliance of policies during the time, but they could not be the actual investigator, but they could be the witness. What I will say to this also is we're continuing to have conversations with DPS, and we will continue to have those conversations as we move this forward through the process, and I am more than willing and open to making adjustments to this language as needed to make sure that we are addressing any of their concerns.
Very well. So Representative Frazier moves adoption of the A26 amendment to the A19 amendment. Discussion on that. Representative Raleigh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the author. With NIMS ICS, where would this compliance officer fall as far as the division allocation on the underneath the incident commander?
Say it again,
Where, according to NIMS ICS, you're putting a compliance officer on scene. What division of NIMS ICS would this compliance officer report to?
I had not got that granular, but I can absolutely get that information for you.
Thanks.
All right, let's vote on the amendment to the amendments. All in favor of the A26 amendment to the A19 amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. No. Motion prevails, and the A19 amendment is amended to the A19 amendment. Representative Bodnar.
Thank you, Chair Mariani. I've got a question for the author. For determining the size of the response is easy. Determining the size of the crowd is hard. Who determines and does the head count? And who will be responsible if later video surveillance or TV cameras determined that there was more or less than the threshold?
Thank you for the question, Representative Novotny. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Novotny, thank you for the question. I do trust DPS will be responsible for determining that, and I do trust and believe that they'll make those calls as necessary.
Thank you, Chair.
Well, Lee Johnson.
Chair Mariani, Representative Frazier. Going through this bill and reading it, where 50 officers are present or needed. Crowd is excess of 200. There was a protest last night. I think there was well over 200 people there at the Hennepin County Government Center. By the pictures I looked at, it looked like it was well over 200 people. With this bill, would that need to have a compliance review there when it actually ended up being mostly peaceful?
Yeah, I did leave out, sorry, thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Johnson, thank you for that question. I did leave out one of the other parameters, and that's it's an event that requires a joint operation involving 3 or more law enforcement agencies, and then one would have to include the state agency.
Lee Johnson.
And the line is, I'm sorry, Lee Johnson, the line is 1.7.
Chair Mariani, Representative
Lee
Frazier.
Johnson.
There was more than 3 departments there. So by your thing, they would have to have a compliance review. And actually, from what I'm hearing, nothing really happened. So I also, can you give me what the definition is of a major public safety event?
Lee Johnson, or Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Lee Johnson, I'm glad that nothing happened. The idea behind this, if it meets these criteria and they provide the compliance officer there, is that so we continue to have situations like that where there is nothing that happens and there are no civil liberties that are violated from the government entities that are there to ensure the peace. That is the idea. And what was your second question?
Lee Johnson.
Chair Mariani, Representative Frazier, what is the definition of a major public safety event?
Thank you, Lee Johnson.
Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lee Johnson, the reason that definition would be, that's why we put the other criteria in there with the size and the joint operations to be able to allow that to define that when the compliance officer would be necessary.
Chair Mariani,
Lee Johnson.
Representative Frazier, I'm glad you read part of this report. 129.
It's yeah.
129 pages or 27 pages, something like that. I'm still going through it, and it was interesting that you picked out that particular area to cover. But if you actually read through it closely, the main thing that I got out of it was that lack of leadership. Lack of leadership at the city level, lack of leadership at the state level. It took 4 days before they even got the National Guard deployed. They were sitting here, but they're just sitting here, not being used. There's also a lack of information being passed out, and a lot of misinformation being passed out, which caused more trouble and more riots, and kept on going. This isn't going to do anything. It's just going to cause more problems, because it's not getting at what happened. Because of the lack of leadership at the leadership of the police department, the mayor's office, the city council, and the governor's office, letting things explode to the point of physical, dangerous riots. This isn't going to do a thing, it just, it's not going to fix anything. And with that, I request a roll call.
A roll call has been requested.
Mr. Chair, may I respond?
Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lee Johnson, I'm glad you're going through the report, and I'm going to continue to go through it as well, and I wish we would have gotten it earlier because we could have had deeper discussions about this and drafted legislation accordingly. You know, the one thing I will point out is, I mean, the report did speak to lack of leadership, but it also identified the things that were the damage or it identified things that were done that led to the conclusion of the lack of leadership. This is one of them. It showed that there was a lack of accountability for what did happen, for individuals that were identified as doing unlawful things when they were peaceful protesters, for violating the First Amendment right of reporters. It identified that those things happened, but what we did not have, we have not seen any accountability for any of that. This is to ensure that that does not happen in the future, and it is also to ensure that information is passed on in the terms of complaints and ran up the ladder to ensure that there is accountability, and that's what this bill will do. So it will do something. It will address that accountability piece, and the hope is that with that in place, it will lead to better leadership.
Lee Johnson.
Chair Mariani, Representative Frazier, because of the lack of leadership, it caused the riots. Misinformation being put out. Now I look at what happened in St. Cloud. Again, misinformation being put out not by the law enforcement, not by the city, not by the city council, but by perpetrators trying to do a riot. The difference what happened in St. Cloud in that officer-involved shooting, or the officer was shot, was the fact that the mayor and the city council stood behind their chief. Let the chief do what was right for public safety. The law enforcement officer and the Chief Anderson knew what needed to be done for safety, for the community, and the politicians stayed out of it. With that, there were no riots. There were a few small scuffles, but overall, nothing like what happened in St. Paul, in Minneapolis. And by letting law enforcement do their job and the politicians staying out of it, it'll keep the public safer. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Representative Frazier.
Representative Johnson, thank you for that recount of what happened in St. Cloud. You know, what I'll say is that this does not prevent law enforcement from doing their job. What it does and what it tries to do is prevent there from being violations of constitutional rights. And that's the intent of this bill, of this amendment, I'm sorry.
I will add something here, which is a couple things. One is that this sort of reminds me of the proverbial story of the elephant. Small men or blind men or however it goes, feeling different parts of the elephant and convinced that they figured out what the issue is, when sometimes the possibility is that it's all the above. And I'm certainly not going to contest that there were leadership and even political, decision-making that were not contributed to a very bad thing that happened in our state. But, quite frankly, neither can we deny that the obscene violation of the constitutional rights of a black man in Minneapolis in his obscene death was also a contributing factor. And there are many more. We just saw too many and heard too many, in fact, suits that have been settled, including with, our patrol, including with local police, that point to all sorts of behaviors that one can reasonably argue contributed to the damage that was done. I think what we can all agree is that we don't want to see that damage. We don't condone that damage, and that we should hold one another accountable so it doesn't happen again. And that's just not going to happen unless you've got systems in place. And I think Representative Frazier is addressing one way in which to do that. I think there are lots of other ways as well. And I think we would all be really well advised, to listen very carefully to all of those ways. And it's a very uncomfortable, tough conversation because we haven't been here before, or we certainly haven't been here for decades. There were other generation of politicians and electeds in this body that dealt with this issue. It's one of the reasons why we even have a post board. I was a kid in the 60s, and the incredible stuff that was happening in our society. Cities burning all, including my neighborhood. As an 11-year-old kid. And it's been a while for us. And so, clearly we haven't done all the problem solving that we need to do. I think this is one of the problem solving pieces. It may not be perfect. I don't know. But I do think it's important to address, as I do think it's important for us to address all the other issues, including properly supporting professional law enforcement communities and individuals. And I have lots of friends that don't want to hear that, So anyway, I'm told this is probably my last regular Minnesota House Committee hearing, so I'm taking a little, hopefully not bore you too much, but I do appreciate, us coming, and challenging one another here, and pushing forward the best ideas that we can. Representative Cleveland.
Mr. Chair, in listening to this conversation, and please forgive me if I'm misunderstanding, but in listening to the conversation, it is I'm hearing an overtone, and this is my hearing, that a compliance officer is there to catch something bad. But in fact, compliance officers often do just the opposite. They're also there to say, this is what we did really well. And it gives us an opportunity, and corporations use them all the time, right? So it also gives us an opportunity to have someone who is, if you will, not in the heat of the moment, to have a set of eyes who can look more objectively or look at a 30,000-foot level about what they saw and what they perceived. And whenever we're dealing, I think about the legislature all the time. We are so much into insider baseball that we know what to see and what is happening. But the public doesn't always have that. And sometimes it's the compliance officer who can step back and see it from the public perspective and say, this is what the reasonable public person might see. Now, and then be able to say, and this is where it complies with law, this is where it does not comply with law, this is where we can improve, and this is where we did very, very well. So I see this as a positive thing, but it's not a gotcha thing, because so many of our officers go out every day and do the exact right thing, every day. And we always focus on what goes wrong because that's where the consequences are sometimes the deepest. But our officers are saving lives, keeping people in our community safe day in and day out. And, but it's in those rare exceptions where things go off the rail that we have to make sure that the officers are both protected by the compliance officer and the systems can be improved by the compliance officer. So I just want to kind of ground us in that thought.
Thank you, Representative Cleveland. Members, Representative Fraser renews his motion that, what amendment are we on?
819.
The 819 amendment as amended be adopted, and a roll call has been called, and so the chair, the clerk will call the roll.
Chair Mariani.
Aye.
Chair Mariani, aye. Vice Chair Fraser.
Aye.
Vice Chair Fraser, aye. Lee Johnson.
No.
Lee Johnson, nay. Representative Edelson.
Yes.
Representative Ellison, aye. Representative Feist?
Aye.
Representative Feist, aye. Representative Grossel?
No.
Representative Grossel, nay. Representative Hollins?
Aye.
Representative Hollins, aye. Representative Hewitt?
Aye.
Representative Hewitt, aye. Representative Cleaborn?
Aye.
Representative Cleaborn, aye. Representative Long? Aye. Representative Long, aye. Representative Lucero?
No.
Representative Lucero, nay. Representative Mueller?
Mueller votes no.
Representative Mueller, nay. Representative Novotny?
Novotny, no.
Representative Novotny, nay. Representative O'Neill?
O'Neill, no.
Representative O'Neill, nay. Representative Pinto?
Aye.
Representative Pinto, aye. Representative Poston?
No.
Representative Poston, nay. Representative Raleigh?
Nay.
Representative Raleigh, nay. Representative Vang?
Aye.
Representative Vang, aye. Representative Shung?
No, aye.
Representative Shung, aye. Chair with 11 ayes and 8 nays. That concludes roll call.
Very well. With 11 ayes and 8 nays, the motion prevails, and the A19 amendment as amended is adopted. We have 2 more members, and hopefully we can get through them by our bewitching hour. I'm thinking we might want to spend a little time, because it might be the last time we're together, sharing some thoughts with one another, but we can also skip that. I'm just offering the opportunity. So with that, there's the A21 amendment. Is anyone offering that?
Mr. Chair, that's my amendment, the A21.
Representative O'Neill moves adoption of the A21 amendment. Representative O'Neill.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought you were going to go to the A20 first. So this amendment isn't drafted exactly as I wanted, so I am eventually going to just withdraw this, but I'm going to speak very briefly. Yesterday, when we talked with Commissioner Schnell, and he used the words that if we took $7 million away from the MnCore base, the funding that they use to operate MnCore, that it would jeopardize its operations. And so my intent was to restore the full $7 million back to MnCore. The amendment isn't exactly drafted as such, and so I will eventually withdraw it. But I think it's really important, Mr. Chair, that we fully give back the $7 million to MnCore. I know that we are always tempted. I've been here 10 years, and there's always a temptation to take money from MnCore. I've seen it over and over again in my 10 years, but we absolutely need to leave that there. And I believe Commissioner Schnell gave a really good reason as to why we want to keep that there, because they do have to self-fund. They have to make sure that they can operate correctly. And if we want incarcerated people to learn job skills, that happens in MnCore. So we're undermining our very important job skill training in the entire system. And so with that, I will withdraw it. But Mr. Chair, I really would ask that as this bill moves forward, that you would restore the full funding back to the MnCore program. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let's stay close to one another, Representative O'Neill, on this issue. Very well. The A21 amendment has been withdrawn. The last amendment, the A20 amendment, who's offering that amendment?
I will do that, Mr. Chair.
Representative Lucero, you get the last amendment?
In this case, the best is last.
Representative Lucero moves adoption of the A20 amendment. Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so this amendment is language that I see Director Evans over there that has suggested, or at least the BC had suggested as a potential improvement for the concerns that I had expressed in the committee hearing. And just to reiterate that, the new computer-related crime statute that we would be passing if this were to become law, I'm not concerned about the great team that's at the BCA today. But when I'm considering statutes of any kind, in this case it's computer-related, but of any kind, I'm always thinking about the future when those of us that are in the room right now are no longer here. How can it potentially be misused or abused? And that was why I had expressed concern. This language doesn't completely satisfy me, but it's a great improvement from what it was. So I just would ask for support and a green vote.
Very well. Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hopefully we can end with an air of good feeling here, because when I first saw this, I was saying all sorts of negative things about it, I will say. I really was. And then I spoke with Representative Lucero and then spoke with Superintendent Evans, and this is a good change. Well done, Representative Lucero. And we'll simply make this clause match the other clauses in the statute, and so hopefully we can all have a nice green vote as to head into our final discussion of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Sarah, I think you should take Representative Pinto to wherever it is you go and find him a green jacket. Not the Masters, but a green jacket nonetheless. Representative Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I appreciate the support, and I do, just like my array of jackets, I have an array of lapel pins, but I'm not wearing my Huggy lapel pin today, so, but we'll all end with a virtual hug.
That is sad. That is sad.
All right. I see no further discussion, thank goodness. And so all in favor of adopting the 820 amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion prevails, and the 820 amendment is adopted. Members, that's it for amendments. So we can open up for comments on the bill as amended. Senator Fraser. No?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just want to say thank you. I do believe that what we put together, and I said this sincerely with my members, my GOP members and my DFL members, that I think we've done a good job this session in trying to address the public safety issues that we have in our state. We may not always agree, but I do think we've had some pretty, sometimes tense conversations, but I think that's okay. I think we're talking about important issues that impact all Minnesotans. And sometimes when we have disagreements, we have to have tough conversations. I think it's very fine to do that. I think this bill does represent a comprehensive approach to public safety. And I am looking forward to continuing to move it forward and vote it off the floor. And hopefully in conference, we can get some of these things into law to continue to help Minnesotans.
Thank you, Representative Fraser. Lee Johnson.
Chair Mariani, not sure where to start with this bill. There's a lot of cash in this bill. 300 or was it 220 or $200 million? Was your target 200 million?
Yeah, we added a little bit to it.
And then 320 million in the tail.
Right.
That's a lot of money, and most of it, the vast majority, I think, is going to nonprofits, different grants. Very little actually going to help law enforcement officers across the state. We're shorthanded. We're going to be even more shorter-handed here in the next few years as the Clinton Cop era retirements hit in, about 2,500, I believe. We are in law enforcement world, and public safety is in dire straits. I have a lot of concerns with the so-called violence interrupters. I vividly remember watching the video of the violence interrupter seriously assaulting people in front of a store. Learned the other day that one violence interrupter happened to be the one that took a trash can and smashed it over a police officer's head. This bill has no oversight, to speak of, or parameters around these violence interrupters, because they're not city employees, they're not county employees, they're not state employees. It's grant monies to 501c3s and different organizations to hire people with or with no training. We don't know. There's no parameters or requirements. It's just throwing money away. In fact, the city of Minneapolis has several lawsuits going on to get the information from the grant, $7.5 million they already gave out. They don't know what's going on. The only thing I can say with this bill right now is for my members to vote no. I believe this is the wrong approach. Is there some good things in it? Yes. Is there a lot of things that do nothing but give money to different organizations with no accountability? And the increase, this is a 20, what is it, between, if I remember correctly, between public safety and judiciary, It's a 28% increase in the budget. This is not a budget year. They were fully funded. We have over $9 billion in surplus. That should go back to the taxpayers. It should go back in tax relief for those who actually paid the taxes. We have over $1 billion in federal dollars that this legislature is supposed to allocate. We've done one bill that is completely different than the Senate, and I don't know if the conference committees have even talked about it yet or have even met. But that $1 billion, there's a number of things that we could have used in this bill. Instead, every single dollar surplus is probably going to be spent either in this bill or the other bills. We have accountability to the people we serve. Public safety is generally an area that we agree on a lot of things. And I hate to say it, that with this particular bill, this is going to be the 4th year in a row that I vote against the public safety bill. Up until this time, I don't think I've ever voted against it. Whether it was Representative or Chair Paymar or Chair Cornish. When the public safety bill came out of committee, it generally was supported by all members. And unfortunately, this is the 4th year in a row where this side of the aisle cannot support it. So with that, I urge my members to vote no.
Well, members, I want to urge you to vote yes. This bill does what we should be doing in this moment. This is a historic moment. There's an urgency here, there's an opportunity here, and this bill meets both of those. So we're either in an urgent time or we're not in an urgent time. And I think we need to be really consistent about the evidence on the ground that we're hearing from our neighbors, our fellow citizens about their concerns, as well as their ideas for doing things differently. The core of this bill has Representative Fraser's innovation of public safety in it. The word innovation isn't just a word that got lifted. There's a framework for doing things differently. Because quite frankly, in my opinion, while this body has had kumbaya on bills many years ago, we are now facing the problems that we are facing because we're continuing to do the old things over and over again. And at some point, we ought to stop that. We ought to do things differently and new at the same time that we support our very mature communities and local law enforcement efforts. The majority of these grants, in fact, go to our locals. That's why we put out the map with the 80 jurisdictions across the state, not just in the metro area, but throughout the entire state. There's a design for local municipalities, local jurisdictions, elected jurisdictions, to be able to design effective methods for public safety. I know change is hard, but sometimes change is needed. So there's a powerful frame here with the innovation, but it doesn't stop there. You know, there's solid prevention work that we heard repeatedly from law enforcement, from community members, from victim survivors, that we need to be about. And we're specifically about that when it comes to our probation, community supervision services, with our youth interventions, and with ways to support our victims and survivors of crime. You know, I think it's a historic bill. I really do. And I'm not embarrassed at all about having well north of $200 million in here. That's what it's going to take. And, you know, those of you who have served with me for a long time know that I don't just throw money at things. I actually don't believe in that. I got to tell you, as a guy who didn't speak English when he first went into the school systems, was clearly the brown guy in the room, it didn't mean a whole lot to me that school system was getting a lot of money. What meant something to me is whether or not it was going to be effective with me and other people like me. Money and good policy got to go together, I'm telling you. And long after I'm gone, which won't be, too long, I'm hoping you hang on to that, because it's really, really important. And that is the power we have as legislators, to be able to command these big amounts of resources, do it wisely, do it efficiently, and don't just keep doing the same thing. Sometimes traditions are good, solid practices will continue to carry you, and then sometimes you got to add to that with the innovation that all our science, all our experience on the ground tells us we need to be about. That's what this bill does. I really encourage your support. And I will say this, this feels like the end. It's not, it's only the beginning. Representative Johnson and I will be banging on each other for, many more weeks here. And Representative O'Neill will be bending my ear. Representative Pinto will be giving me, I don't know, maybe grief, maybe good advice. I mean, this is going to be, we have a long way ahead of us. I hope that this bill can enjoy your support, that it can continue to move forward. It will change, no doubt, because that's what bills do. I just want to thank you, each and every one, and all of you, for being good challengers and good partners in arguing against and shaping this bill, and for all the work that we've been about for the last couple of years. So with that, I'm going to renew my motion that House File 4608 as amended be referred to the Committee on Ways and Means, and the clerk will take the roll.
Chair Mariani.
Yes.
Chair Mariani, aye. Vice Chair Frazier.
Aye.
Vice Chair Frazier, aye. Lead Johnson.
No.
Lead Johnson, nay. Representative Edelson.
Aye.
Representative Edelson, aye. Representative Feist.
Aye.
Representative Feist, aye. Representative Grossel.
No.
Representative Grossel, nay. Representative Hullins.
Aye.
Representative Hullins, aye. Representative Hewitt.
Aye.
Representative Hewitt, aye. Representative Cleaborn.
Cleaborn, aye.
Representative Cleaborn, aye. Representative Long.
Aye.
Representative Long, aye. Representative Lucero.
No.
Representative Lucero, nay. Representative Mueller.
Mueller votes no.
Representative Mueller, nay. Representative Novotny.
Novotny, no.
Representative Novotny, nay. Representative O'Neill.
No, but I'll see you on Ways and Means.
Representative O'Neill, nay. Representative Pinto.
Aye.
Representative Pinto, aye. Representative Poston.
No.
Representative Poston, nay. Representative Raleigh.
Raleigh, nay.
Representative Raleigh, nay. Representative Vang.
Aye.
Representative Vang, aye. Representative Shung.
Shung, aye.
Representative Shung, aye. Chair Mariani with 11 ayes and 8 nays. That concludes the roll call.
Very well. With 11 ayes and 8 nays, the motion prevails, and House File 4608 as amended is referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. Members, we didn't do too bad.
Mr.
We
Chair.
actually have a few minutes, so Lead Johnson.
Chair Mariani, members, I want to thank you for the time we've had. I really want to thank the staff, both partisan and nonpartisan. This last 2 years, we finally got 2 meetings together. And we could have some laughs and actually see each other and know that we are real people instead of, and not, I'm trying to remember, who was it? Animated head we had.
Max Hedstrom?
Max Hedstrom. We are real people. We all have real feelings and we all have good intentions. So I just wanted to thank everybody for their work on this. We might not agree on it, but I want to thank everybody for the work they've done.
Thank you. Thank you, Lead Johnson. Representative Epson.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to thank you and say this is your last Public Safety Committee, and we just have to honor you. I mean, 16 terms, so I'm going to give you a round of applause.
Thank you.
Chair.
Representative Frazier?
Chair, I know that you're probably going to go and begin to thank staff personally, but I've been asked by staff, current and former, that they'd like to honor you for the 32 years that you've served, and they have something to show that respect for you.
I think I should be afraid.
Oh.
Got your gavel always up.
Oh, wow.
Hold it, 1 second, one more time.
Oh, my grandkids are going to have fun with this. Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you all. I'm touched. Thank you.
You just have to promise not to use it on us.
I've been chair all waiting on you. Gavel us out.
Yes. Here we go. So, members, I mean, you never know. We may meet again. Sometimes that happens. But I suspect we won't. And so, thank you again. And so, hopefully, until January of next year, this committee stands adjourned.